There is a jury question. Stand by. All right, guys, stand by. There is a jury question. I'm at the kitchen table. This is not my house. Oh boy. All right, hold on. What do I want to use? What do I want to use? Okay. Hold on, Anook. Okay. Sharing screen. Stand by. All right. There you go.
Court back in session. Please be seated.
Tell the world, guys. Tell your friends. Tell your neighbors.
Lindsey Clancy, all parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Oh, come on. This is, you guys, I'm dedicated. I just pop on like this, my pajamas. This is dedication. This is dedication. No. All right, here, let the dog out. He's right behind me, so I don't have to go far. All right, guys, this is, I'll put up a banner. The jury has a question. Jury question 1. Okay. Oh, someone tell the world. I'm sure the world knows, but that I'm live. Oh my gosh. Bob is so lucky. I went live like this. Oh boy. I mean, I say Bob is so lucky, but you guys are the ones that are lucky. I don't even think I washed the makeup off my face last night. I don't know what I look like. And it doesn't matter. Okay, we're here. We're ready. This is going to tell us a lot. Let me pull my shit together. Got some jewels. Thanks, good citizen. If they don't read it out loud. Why they're discussing it, they're reading it, they're deciding how to answer. And then they'll come to us and they'll be like, all right, here's the question and here's what we've decided to do. Sorry, I shouldn't even have said anything. Get you guys all talking about it. Doesn't matter what I look like. No, we're in real time. We are in real time. We are in real time. I know this is going to tell us everything. Everything. Gosh, what it is. Man, I hope it's, I don't know what I hope it's. Maybe, I doubt it's going to be about beyond a reasonable doubt, but it could be something about, I think it's going to be about the lack of criminal responsibility instruction in general. I mean, I think that's a given that that's where they're at. But it could be, Betterow was like, I'd like to see him say, what do we do with this manslaughter thing? The hell are we supposed to do with this? It makes no sense. I don't know if they're there yet. I really hope it's like, can we count the fact that she followed the rules of the road when she drove a car and turned a knob at the museum as evidence that she could conform her conduct to the not unaliving somebody law? Because that's what matters. Not whether she could like conform her conduct to the requirements of the law in any given realm at any given time. It's, could she have not unalived her children? Could she have conformed her conduct in that moment to not do that specific act, not to stop at a red light? That is not the law. And that's what pissed me off the most yesterday. So I'm kind of hoping it's like, well, do we get to consider she could turn knobs if she could, or to be actually more particular, is it the law that since she decided what means method, that means that she could control whether or not she committed the act? That seems to me like a question that's going on back there, possibly. And I'd say the answer under the law is absolutely positively not. Let me see. Let me grab my phone. Stand by. We are live. There is a question. Jury question. We got some Good Citizen and K Shreds and CCG and Lee Miller with the jewels. And my husband's in chat. I'll go over there. Desperate Housewives doing the Lord's work. Shane sending some jewels. Sunrise sending some jewels. Music to My Soul says, good morning. Allie, thanks for being on call. Christy Silo says, so they don't have to read them out loud. No, they do. They're just discussing it first. Ginny, I mean, I guess, do they have to? But they will. Ginny and Lee Miller, thanks for the jewels. Magical Mary says, according to some in court, the jury came dressed up today. Well, let's confirm that. Can you let me know if the jury is dressed up today? Oh, I don't know if they're going to see them. Because the jury's, sometimes we saw in Karen Reed, they bring the jury out and answer the question. In every jurisdiction I'm used to, they write them a note back. They write them a note back. But so Amy Positive and thanks, Magical Mary. Amy Positive Pathway says, good morning, chat and Allie. Don't hate me, Allie. You're on 70-inch TV today. All right, let's see here. Come on, say something. Sorry, babe.
Anything else we have to address?
What?
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
What?
All rise.
This is some bullshit. I'm going to need Scoop to go scoop something. Bobby better get your ass down there and figure out what's happening. What? Wah, wah. You guys, what did he say? He said nothing. He said, is there anything else we need to discuss on the record? All right, I got to get the dog. Oh, my goodness. But you're sure there was a question, right? So they're not telling us what the question is, but I have it on high authority that there was a question. That there was a question, for sure. All right, so this wait. I don't know where DK944 is getting her information or his. There was a question that it was determined the court could not provide an answer for. Babe, they didn't tell us the question. Babe, they did not tell us the question. Sorry, I'm texting answering him, and I'm answering him out loud because he said he's in the chat. Well, this is some bullshit. I'm not staying here like this. My plan is to come in an hour, maybe a little later now. Oh, she doesn't know. Can you still hear me, babe? All right. Well, I don't know where DK44 got that they decided not to give an answer. Maybe someone in the courtroom heard that. We've got someone in the courtroom who's not saying anything yet. So let's just see. So anyway, thanks for your generosity, Amy Positive Pathways. Thanks for the jewels, Maloney, Tracy, Sweet Lou, and Van Mert, and Shannon, and Shaboogies, and Regina, and Missy, and Van Mert, and Stephanie. Hockey says, my guess is they are wondering what's the difference between manslaughter and not criminally responsible. I think that could be absolutely be what it is. And she says, charges are always shrouded in what ifs. Right. It sounds like everyone there on scene is confused. I don't know where, like I said, wait, stand by. So because I put that chat up, I'll just let you know when the jury asks a question that they can't answer, the answer, they always get something back. And the answer is something like, you have all of the, you have all the information available to you. You're the, depending on the question, you're the one that decides this, continue deliberating. I can't answer that question. You have all the facts and evidence that you need to make your decision, continue deliberating. So they usually at least decide the language for that, depending on what specifically was asked. And I don't know why they... Dr. Jen Toxic with the jewels. Thank you. Nobody gets past red. Prayers for Lindsay. Thanks for your generosity. Kelly with the jewels. Thanks for your generosity. Hearts Less Soul. Verdict Watch in the milking parlor again. Ohio dairy farmer. Okay. So we're not breastfeeding, which I figured wasn't the case. That was a joke earlier. Figured we were talking about milking a cow. I think that's an udder in the picture. I'm half blind though. But thanks for your generosity, Heartless Soul. Thanks for the jewels, Ashley and Brittany and Lulu and Katie and Marley and Brittany and Laura. Sarah Mess says, look at Kathy Russon's Twitter. All right, I'll do it in a minute. Junebug, thank you. Motions and CPA said, hopefully less than 36 hours until you're reunited. I know, my husband's coming home. Thank you both for all your time and dedication. We are all happy in this household. Nanook doesn't know yet, but I suspect he might give Bob the cold shoulder, like be excited to see him and then cold shoulder his ass for a little bit because he's so hurt. Brittany Michelle and Scorpio again. Thanks for the jewels. And Lynette, new member, welcome, family hug. All right, now let me see if I can find my husband in here. There he is. What's he been saying? Oh, they didn't let press in. No, they did. Wait. No, they they let them in and then they sent them back out, is my understanding. But that was I don't know when Bob's talking from. So the judge was holding a Ziploc of pill bottles. Hey, getting the scoop right here from Scoop Conlin. Maybe that's what they wanted to know about. So it could have been that they wanted to send back, they asked to see the pills. And then they told the judge called the lawyers in and said, they're asking to see these pill bottles. And so they were sent, that's what they were going to send back to the jury. Thanks, Lauren. Scoop. She's always got the scoop. Maybe they sent back the med bag. All right. So maybe Bob knew that a second before Lauren told me. I don't know. You guys are. All right. Guys, I don't know what to do because Bob and I have a plan. And I'm just going to tell you what part of it is right now for Verdict Watch. We're going to rewatch the closings, but with pausing and talking. So if you haven't watched it yet and you're going to come on our live for Verdict Watch and be like, oh, just let it play. That's not what we're going to be doing. So you can watch yesterday's coverage where you could just see my facial expressions, you know, and things that I was doing. And you could probably tell what I was saying without interruption. But no, and so that's what we're going to do. And then, you know, we always try to get special guests to come in during Verdict Watch. We did that yesterday. We had Ian and Mark Betterow. So we'll see what we get for you today. But either way, we'll be together. We can help co-regulate as you in the chat have been doing for me and told me and reminded me that that's how we do it. Got another question before I go. So we got Muma with the jewels and Callum with the jewels and Desiderata. Beautiful name, and I'm sorry I'm butchering it. Nancy says, love your commitment and coverage. Well, thank you, and thanks for your generosity. A welcome home party for Bob, Magical Mary wants. Well, we'll probably do something when Bob gets here as well. Unless, I know, you know what, we've got softball or volleyball, one or the other tournament, so he's going to, like, get in and have to get his ass to wherever we are. So the Paradox Project and Calm and Focus, thanks for the jewels. Harbinger of Imminent Death says, was it made clear to the jury that not guilty by reason of insanity doesn't mean she's immediately released? It was. It's part of the jury instruction in Massachusetts, which is unlike, I don't know any other state that does it. I'm not saying another state doesn't do it, because obviously I have not read it for every state, but it's an unusual inclusion. So I appreciate your question. Thanks for your generosity. Dora Rose with the jewels. Kay Reddington Stan says, if they were denied looking over meds in the drawer, which is what was taken to Sidebar, I bet nurses on jury want to compare with Lindsey Clancy's blood work and ADAs. I'm sure they did send back whatever they asked for. And at closing, Reddington said, you can ask to see this. So if they asked to see it and it's evidence, I'm sure they did send it back. Or I would suspect that they sent it back. I shouldn't say anything more than that since I honestly don't know. Hold on. And thanks for your generosity. And then we got Neha with the jewels. Kelly Steffi says, I posted all the differences in both defense and Commonwealth's opening compared to closing. So where do we find that, Kelly? Or mods, if you know, stick it up there somewhere. I'm assuming like you mean on Twitter. And I don't know if that's your handle, Kelly Steffi. Object Shin with the jewels. Sarah Mess says, openings and closings, please. Openings and closings, please. We could do that. I mean, maybe we actually do closings and then openings. We'll talk about it. We'll think about it. It's on the table. You have tabled, your motion is tabled. Entered and continued. Amy with the 1,000 jewels. Thanks for your generosity. Iana says, are you predicting today or the next day? If so, when? I mean, I honestly don't know. I feel like maybe Monday. That's, my best prediction. But let me get through these, and then I'm going to hop off, and I'm going to be back very shortly. I might push it now. But I will create a new stream that will go live as soon as there's movement in that courtroom. You bet your ass. So make sure your notifications are on. And if you out there in X world don't know what that means, get over to YouTube, subscribe, and make sure your notifications are on, and you'll get a notice that we have just gone live. Because I might not stick it up on YouTube. You never know. On X. You never know. But I will. I won't torture you guys. All right. Bob's calling. He knows I'm live. Stand by. Hey, babe. All right, Bob called for two things. One, to say that my father-in-law poked through like the fake backdrop back here, which I wasn't thinking that was going to happen. And second, what's going back again? Oh, and second, he says I should leave the stream running. I should just leave this up. You guys can all chat, and when something pops, we'll all know. And we'll already be here. So do you guys want to do that? You want a place to talk? What do you think? Oh, so you guys did see Bob's dad. Hi, Bob's dad. Hey, Bob Senior. But I'm in the middle of working on a little like post that I'm going to do. It's from when, well, I guess I could still work on my computer while the thing is there. Yeah, I could do it. I'll just have myself muted. So stand by, because it's some bullshit. I mean, it's one of many. I don't know why I decided that one first, but I found it compelling enough. All right, so that's what we're going to do. But do me a favor. I mean, I guess, yeah, I'll come back and have to let me just address the rest of the supers you have right now, and then I'll address the rest later. And Sparkles, I think I got that one. Thank you. Brittany Michelle says, Allie, I have loved watching this trial with you. Thank you and Bob for all your awesome coverage. Big family hug. Well, family hug right back at you. Appreciate you. Raquel with the jewels. Thank you. Callum says, no jewels. Was surprised to see the case on the London news yesterday. Wow. Was it not been in the London news, huh? That's interesting. Kelly said she'll tag me on that post with the differences. Okay. So you guys I'll retweet it. You guys can find it if you don't know. Reeb Sink and My Three Sons and Ellie Whoop with 1,000 jewels, and Kathy and Meditating Honey Badger with the jewels. Oh, she tagged DD in her post. Babe, I'll make sure Bob retweets it. I'll find it either way. Gotcha. And thanks for your generosity. And Christine and Dora Rosa with 900 jewels. Thank you. Thank you. All right, guys, this is what we're going to do. We'll leave it running. You guys can talk to each other, and then I'll just appear magically when I'm told that there's a activity. All right. Bye. Cam's asleep right now. I keep going in on checking in on her, but she's asleep. Thank you. Now bye for real.
All right, what's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? I just got off with Tony Brueski and Robin. It's quiet. There's been no other questions, no talk of a verdict. As you guys can see, the media is still gathered out there. And
Hey,
what? What's going on?
okay.
On?
Oh, wait, I see what it is.
Yeah, we just have
There.
to do that. Right. Hi, baby.
I behave. Wait a minute.
Oh. What mic are you on?
Oh, it's nowhere near me. Sorry. Stand by.
All right, well, it sounds like shit. Yeah. Am I still echoing? God bless America. Oh, thank God. I'm like over the echoing issue. It's really starting to piss me off. So I have been trying to line up a multitude.
Testing. Okay.
You working? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, so
Wait,
I've been
we
trying.
asking me or the people?
No, I was asking you, babe. I've been trying to line up a bunch of people to pop in with you. I don't know how much, like, so.
With us.
Well, I'll do the best I can because it's like the Denali. Like if Margaret's like out there in the shit, I'm sitting in the car, but it does what our car, it automatically turns off, which I lose Starlink, which I will immediately be zapped off the live. So, but I just go back and restart the car. So that's not a major deal. But so Tony and Robin are going to come join us. Former FBI agent Robin Dreeke, who's a wonderful guy. Tony, who I love. They're very much on Team Lindsay in this thing. I've also invited Judge Erskine. She's going to try to jump on at some point. I've also invited Vinnie Politan. He'll jump on at some point. I've also invited, who else did I invite? Both Mel Barrett and Rebecca Lavoie of Something's Off podcast.
Invite
They're always great. Always great. Huh?
I'm just gonna invite Mel.
Invite your girl. Invite Melanie. And then the coup de grace. Oh, there's Rebecca Lavoie right there. There she is.
All right, I'm going to we don't need to share the screen right now. Why is it doing that?
What do you got going on? Hey, what's up, Rebecca?
Hey.
Hi.
I'm good. How are you guys doing? You tired?
I'm exhausted. I'm sure Allie's exhausted. Yeah, I'm coming home tomorrow, so I'm happy about that. Let's say I figured I'd stay today, see if we get the Friday verdict, which is not uncommon. It usually happens around between 2 and 3 on a Friday.
It's been my experience as well watching these things.
Yeah, so we'll see. I don't know. I'm of the mindset, and we'll get into it a bit, but I'm of the mindset. I'm very worried about a hung jury here. I just think it's one of those cases where, if you got the folks that are like, she killed her kid, she's going in, I don't give a shit what was going on with her, you're bound to have one of them on the jury. I think that we'd be able to move them to the manslaughter, but I don't think you're moving the people that are like myself, of the belief that Lindsay was not in her right mind, that she was in some kind of mental state wherein she was not in control of her mind, and she did this to her children, and it wasn't her. It was her mind is a different person, or whatever it was. I believe that with my whole heart. I just think that the evidence that we've had in terms of who she was as a mother, who she was as a person, it belies the fact that this was some kind of planned thing. And they've come up with no motive that makes any sense to me. Like the bullshit that she wanted to kill herself and didn't want her kids to suffer because she wasn't there is just absurd to me, and it doesn't make any kind of sense. So,
Yeah.
oh, and I was saying the other guest, she sounds like my wife. She's like, I look like shit. I'm like, you look beautiful, I'm sure. Aaron Casanelli, defense attorney for Aaron Spencer, who's been rabidly watching this trial and our coverage. She's been hitting me up. She's like, sent a message to me. She's like, oh, can you give this message to Red? She's like, you know, like fellow defense attorneys just watch him and we're like, man, he's just great. 75.
Astonishing.
He's
Yeah.
really amazing. So Rebecca, I haven't really, I got to see you, but I didn't really get to talk to you.
That's
And
All
hard.
right, let
meet up.
Rebecca introduce herself because we got another
Oh,
guest
yes.
backstage, and then we'll have
Yeah,
him introduce
Rebecca,
himself.
sorry, how rude of me. I
Bob's
assume
a
everybody
talker.
knows Rebecca. Yes, that's true.
Bob's the Carrie Roberts of this podcast. I
Indeed.
am Rebecca Lavoie. You can watch me on my YouTube show, Something's Off with Mel Barrett, and I have also been a true crime author. I've co-written 4 true crime books, and I have the podcast Crime Writers on, where I review true crime media. That's audio only, by the way. But I've met you guys a long time ago. I covered the Karen Reed case on my Patreon for a couple of years, and I'm really a big fan of your work. And you and I, all of us, I think, are on the same side about a lot of things.
Yes.
The one thing I say about this trial to anybody who asks me is that all you need to know is that Lindsey Clancy's former mother-in-law, who lost her 3 grandchildren, testified for the defense. That is the only thing I think anyone needs to know about this trial.
That's it. I'm
And have you
exactly
been-
in lockstep with you. That is exactly what I think.
Sorry, babe. Has your channel been covering the trial, or have you been watching the trial, either one or both?
I've been watching it every day as much as I'm able to. I also have a day job. Obviously, I'm here now, but like I've been watching it every day, and I've been and Mel has been doing a lot of coverage. And the way we've been covering it is she's going on the day after so that she can sort of excise the parts that involve violence against the children. So it's less of a slightly less traumatic experience of the trial, which I think is clever. But yeah, I've been following it, and I just want to echo what you said about Reddington. I'm taking his age off the table. He has employed techniques as a defense attorney that I have never seen before, and never even heard of anybody thinking about before. Like I've really been kind of cowed, as I've said to Mel many times and my husband many times. If this weren't the grimmest subject matter in the history of the law, this would be the most entertaining trial I've ever seen, because he's really astonishing to watch.
He's must-watch TV. He really is. He's like,
All right,
the guy.
so let's bring on Robin so he can introduce himself, Bay.
All right. Yep.
Oh, I was being
Robin
patient.
Dreeke.
That's what I'm calling Lose Your Shit Friday, as we just got off with Bob on our show, as I lost my shit with people talking about. Anyway.
Robin, Rebecca Lavoie, Rebecca,
Hello.
Robin Dreeke. Robin, give people your bio.
Former head of the FBI Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program for the FBI, retired in 2018. Been doing true crime commentary for the last 4 or 5 years since. Co-host on the Hidden Killers podcast with Tony Brueski. And my most recent thing is I'm a masterclass instructor. My recent masterclass my class on masterclass was just released. Become the person everybody trusts. So anyway, there you go.
I love that. So, you know, Robin is also of the same mindset that we are in terms of this case, as
100.
is Tony. You know, so we're all, you know, and like I don't want to have an echo chamber. So I actually I'm so tempted to invite somebody that's on the other side of this thing so that we can have the debate.
I can talk it.
But don't you understand? I mean, I feel like I understand the other
Yeah, me
side.
too.
It's not like,
and so it's just what it's all about, Bob. It's what people seem to have an inability to do. I went through this multiple times on our show, especially when we had Coffin Deffer on, and that is, I know, isn't that great? I have a protocol when I do my assessments. I'm not a legal guy. I'm not a guy that did prosecutions. I hunted and recruited spies and recruited confidential human sources for our national security, which meant I had to have a deep understanding of what makes people do what they do. do. When you understand the motivations of human beings, I literally just sit here and assess. I observe, I assess, I come up with a theory, a hypothesis, and then the first thing as a critical thinker I do is I come up with things to try to disprove my hypothesis. When I hear a competing hypothesis, the first thing I do is I come up with ways to try to prove their hypothesis. And then at the very beginning, I set up a set of criteria that would change my mind completely from my hypothesis. And I'm constantly looking for opportunities to open my mind and change my mind. So throughout this entire thing, having a dialogue about and listening to, with open mind, the prosecution's claim, as they continually shifted it throughout, was amazing. But always looking at first data points and observations. And so when I ran my behavior team in the FBI, we literally run it like we run one of these things. And what we do on our show when we have Dr. Siobhan Scott on, and that is this. From a behavior standpoint, we take in all the data. And so in this case with Lindsay, you take in all the behavioral data, first of her. Solid human being, solid mother, solid nurse. And then you take in the most important thing, the concentric circles of relationships around her, because they're the truth teller. Is she full of shit or not? And so, as you guys were just saying, mother-in-laws, mother, sisters, brothers. I mean, all these people and families are saying unified voice, including coworkers, of what an amazing human being she was. And then when you place them under the high stress situations through multiple children, through postpartum depression, all the things she's going through, when you hit boiling points of human beings, leakage comes out of maybe something's not right. But even under that high pressure boiling point, there's no leakage of any unhealthy behavior. Right. That's all telling. And then you have this, what we did on team, we had our psychologists come in to say, is my theory on my observations of human behavior solid with the science? And that's exactly what we witnessed here. And both sides are saying, yeah, she's got a lot of challenges, a lot of disturbances, mental health issues. And anyway, that's how I do what I do. And so that's why it's dumbfounding to me that we go down these weird roads of non-critical thinkers.
Robin, I attribute it to, we have a culture of outrage right now. And
Yes.
I think that trial watching has actually stoked a culture of outrage, a culture of wanting there to be a villain in every story, wanting there to be a puzzle to solve. I mean, I have seen in my own circle, there have been moments where the prosecution in this trial did what prosecutors do, right? And everyone's like, that's evil. I'm like, no, that's just what there's so many things that are just rote and normal about a lot of cases. It came out for me mostly in the Corey Richens case, where as a juror, I think there was enough there for me to cross the reasonable doubt line. But there are people watching the trial.
Were you a
like,
juror in that?
No. If I was a juror, I like to think about what I think versus what a juror could potentially think.
Absolutely.
Right? And I think that jurors with enough context clues can reach conclusions without the prosecutor showing them a video of the murder being committed. But people seem to now think that that's what you need. You need to, but you don't. And even thinking that way on this case, it's impossible for me to imagine a juror here or 12 people here, all reaching that point of outrage where they just want to put a murderer in prison. Like I don't see it here for me, but people love outrage. They really, really love it. And they like vengeance.
And we are just saying this a few minutes ago, it's because it's very hard for people to hold two truths at the same time when they're incongruent with each other. The truth that Lindsay, as a biological organism, killed her three kids brutally, horrendously, and at the same time that there's something going on in her brain that wasn't Lindsay. People cannot seem to hold those two truths at the same time and analyze it, critically, and because they can't imagine that it's so rare, because they think the floodgate's going to be open. If we let her off, then everyone's going to get off of these things. And you brought up a great analogy, the Corey Richens case. Just look at these human beings side by side. Or it's her, Lori De Belvallo, Donald Adelson, all these nutters that have a life arc of horrendous relationships.
That's the scientific term, right?
It
nutters.
Is. But they have a life arc of continuous, really abhorrent behavior, incongruent behavior, antisocial behavior, and becomes a natural progression for them to do something horrendous and heinous. This with Lindsay,
Let me put those
it's
back there.
so out of the realm. It's so out of the realm of possibilities in her life. Matter of fact, so I was just telling my wife, I went down to see her because she stands back when I'm doing these things. I just told her I apologize for losing my shit on our last episode because someone was claiming, well, what if you three guys, me, Tony, and Bob, lost our kids by the strangulation of our wives? You'd feel differently. And I lost it because I said, that is the most insensitive, inhuman thing that you don't know my children, you don't know my relationships, and most importantly, I stand with the friggin' family on this one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and he
And-
was very adamant.
And my wife said to me this. She said, knowing you as a father and knowing who you've been your entire life, if by chance something ever happened tragically to our kids, and it was at your hand because of this thing, I never in a million years would think it was you. I would go down exactly the same road, that it must be something, and I would do all I could to get you that help.
Yeah.
And Bob has said the same thing about me, and I reiterate, obviously, the same thing about you.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean,
100%. But I mean,
Hi, Allie. I monologue too much. Thanks, guys.
and I
And
was,
no,
I
it's
didn't
great.
realize I didn't turn my camera on. I was watching and listening, shaking my head. Then I realized, oh, my camera's still off.
so two
Oh.
things. One, I'm in absolute lockstep when we were bringing you on. Robin, Rebecca had just talked about Sue Clancy. To me, the case begins and ends with Sue Clancy because number one, when you're talking about those concentric circles in terms of the people that know her best, it's what, like, it's not a fucking expert that's coming in and evaluating her for 10 hours or 35 hours. These are the people that love her, that
Yes.
know her, that have been with her, that
Who lost the
experienced her,
most?
who lost the most.
Yes.
And she's not of blood relation, and she lost her 3 grandchildren. Rebecca, I talk about this, like when I was sitting in the courtroom and Sue Clancy walked in, and my pew or bench was
Right on the edge.
it's adjacent. It's like perpendicular to the courtroom door. She's walking in, I get goosebumps
Yeah.
because all I can think about is what's going on in Sue Clancy's mind as she's getting ready to take that stand. And when she
Yeah.
gets up there and says the thing that she says, she's begging for help. She's begging for help. Like, I know where I'm at that point. And
Yep.
she really tried to put her with Julie Paul, who, in my estimation, had Julie Paul not been retiring,
Could have saved the whole thing.
we wouldn't be here right now. I think
totally agree.
Julie Paul would have gotten shit right. She had the obligation because her friend, who, Sue Clancy, if you don't know, is a labor and delivery nurse herself. And she went to her friend and her coworker and her colleague and said, my daughter-in-law is going through it. I need you here. It's like, whatever's going on with this Tufts woman, I don't fucking know, but it's not getting better. It's getting worse. I need you here. And she's telling her, look, I'm going to do what I can in the 10 days that I have. I've put in my papers. I'm like, I'm done, but I'm going to try to help you the best I can. And you could just tell when you watch that woman's testimony, it's a woman who was incredibly knowledgeable, who had the compassion to try to do everything she could. And, her was still limited in terms of being able to talk to the collaterals, but she had access to Sue. You know what I mean? She had access to Sue Clancy. And like, at the end of the day, if I honestly am so, I'll die on this hill. If Julie Paul, nurse practitioner Julie Paul, would have stayed on board, if she was able to, we're not here right now. I
totally agree.
I firmly believe that.
And for the mom, and so here's the other thing that people, again, I couldn't agree with you more, Bob, on the Sue Clancy aspect of this. I don't think it got the attention.
And Rebecca, I mean, I thought the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, "Who did, man?"
Because think about this. When the daughter-in-law calls the mother-in-law for help, and they're both labor and delivery nurse. And for everyone listening on this show, you don't know, my daughter's also a labor and delivery nurse. I know this community really well and how tight they are. And for her to call her mother-in-law and then to have no leakage. Again, if there was anything going on, there would be leakage. There would be issues that the mother-in-law would be able to point out, or if there's any strife anywhere. I mean, this is a very, very tight family.
Robin, the only thing you get, we know they searched far and wide.
You got to move your mic towards you, babe. It's too far away.
I'm right here.
No, he means me. Is that better?
Yeah, I hear you better now.
Okay, so and I'm sorry because it goes what you were saying, and then I'll let you finish. They searched far and wide, and they got the father-in-law to say that on Christmas she was frustrated with the son and she had to take him by the arm and bring him to the table.
Oh, awful, right? Can you believe it?
What a monster.
Frustrated.
Can you imagine a family going through all this, and that's the worst? Because you know they're looking for the worst wobbles, as I call them, you can possibly find to prove these points. As Red was yesterday saying, they combed all they could through all these documents to show what Lindsay was doing on the birthday of her kids. And so if the best cherry picking you can do is that during high stress moments when your family is going through the most traumatic, stressful moments of your life, is that you got to really, everyone would die to have a family that close until the horrendous, tragic moment. That is a good family.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, let me. My dear friend Tony Brueski's been sitting back.
There he
here
is.
intentionally. Let me pull him on. Are we too small? Or we're kind of small?
I can
Wow.
try and
What's
get
up,
us
T?
something
I feel like a
to
chance card or something.
Chance
It's
card.
like go directly to jail.
No,
Right there.
would be the community
No,
place
that's
card,
not
buddy.
it. That's not it. All right. I'll
Yeah, there's got to be a way to.
Hi, first time, long time listener.
Well, that's why I got my glasses on. I can see everyone fine.
Yeah, I don't know why all of our settings are either this is it and I can't even edit it. So
You
It's
change
alright.
it's probably it's the I love due process probably takes up a space.
We're close to Brady Bunch or Hollywood Squares. That could be.
Oh,
we
Hollywood
could do that.
Squares,
Would that be
remember?
fun?
We
I
need
love
celebrity,
Hollywood
don't
Squares.
we?
We actually need
we
to
need
make
Tony
a
to help
Hollywood
me
Squares.
understand how I make new layouts. I have no idea how to do these things.
We could do a true crime squares show, guys.
Oh.
Where we
yeah.
just get a bunch of true crime people, and then we
Kind of
There
have
we go.
the trivia.
You can be the
question. That was
Bruce
always good.
Valanche of the True Crime Hollywood Squares.
I'd like Ruth Busby for the win, please.
That's an old school. I'm
Oh,
showing my
yeah.
age there,
We
but
are dating ourselves. Well, it was like there was some question out in the world about Red referencing The Shining and that great scene with Nicholson where he's typing all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, which is one of the fucking most iconic scenes of all
All
time.
right, let Tony officially introduce himself because some
All right,
people
but
have no
before
clue
let me
who
just
he is.
finish this,
Okay.
and so, because you didn't let me get to the part of the story that matters. So people were saying, "Oh, well, I think that the jury's not going to get that reference," and I'm looking at the jury, I'm like, "Oh, they got the reference."
did they?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was
These are-
also he
wondering.
explained
I was
it.
wondering
He
too.
explained it, so doesn't
Right.
matter.
All
He
work and no
explained
play
it.
make
Yeah.
Plus, they're
And
all-
some
it's
people
an
in the
older
chat
jury.
were like, and it makes you think of the twins with the bows. I was like, I don't think he was going there, but all right.
You could tell he wanted to.
That would have been great. With the illustration too.
Yeah,
Right.
Tone, tell everybody about your show, where they can find you, all that good stuff.
Hey, Hidden Killers with Tony Brueski. You can check it out wherever you get podcasts or YouTube. And me and Robin, we are live every single day on YouTube as well. 11 a.m. Central. And we talk about all this stuff. You guys, maybe you're new to it. Come join us. And Bob joins us usually every Tuesday.
Tuesdays with Bob.
That's Tuesdays with Bob, but it's been a little off the last few weeks with a trial. But,
I can't have him.
yeah.
You can't have him.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like,
We love our Bob.
yeah, we'll take our Bob when we can get our Bob, but we talked today. And my goodness.
All right. So I got a question for Robin, and then and then maybe all of you, but then you and Tony, Rebecca and Tony as well. But the BAU expert, did you know him? Tell us what you thought about him.
Yes. Greg
That's all you can
Satoff.
say.
Yeah, no. I know Greg. Matter of fact, I looked up because when I wasn't watching this, I was actually driving driving back from seeing my parents, or driving up. I can't remember which day it was, with my daughter. And Todd, our producer on our show, texted me and said, "Hey, do you know this guy Greg Satoff? He's with the BAU." I said, "Oh my God, yeah." So he was actually one of my psychs when I was describing how my team did what they did. Greg Satoff was one of my psychs on my team. And to give a context of what he was used for, and this is what I knew Reddington was going to hammer him on, and that is we would do our behavioral consults when we were trying to create and strategize human engagements, have a productive human engagement, understand the human being we're engaging with. So we generally dealt with normal human beings with the normal parameters of human behavior, and we gave our behavioral observations. Then one of our operational psychologists, usually it's either Chris Mahandi we had out on the West Coast, we had Dr. Reed Malloy is another one, and Greg Satoff came on as well. Satoff was our only actual psychiatrist on the team, so he brought a different kind of clinical flavor to what we were doing. He was very, very good on our team, but as I said, he's a psychiatrist and not a psychologist that we would have. So he had a different flavor. Very, very good. Very, very nice guy. He presented to our team just like you saw him in the courtroom, although I haven't seen him since, I think, 2012 was the last time I was, with him on a consult. At least that's my personal email I had that I tracked down, not my bureau one because I retired in 2018. He got a little slower in his presentation, but about the same. The affect he had was exactly the same. But here's the area, and I always commented he for our team was very, very good at what he did for as we dealt with our mental health issues we were dealing with team members, but never did I even know he covered this area. So I knew he was going to get hammered on his reps, as I understood him to be in covering a psychosis or postpartum or anything having to do with that. I never knew him to do that before, and we saw it came out.
I have a question. I'm wondering, was this an attempt to dazzle the jury with somebody that, has been played in movies and TV, by Scott Glenn or by Mandy Patinkin, like the head of the BAU is like a very pop culture. People know what that means. I mean, they watched Mindhunter, like they know what that means. And I think that I found myself wondering if this was an attempt to sort of dazzle the jury with something that
with the title and position
that felt unimpeachable for them.
Right. I think so. Yeah. I think when I first saw it, I was like, why would they choose? My first impression was when Todd let me know, I was like, why would they choose him? And then the first thing I went through is when I pulled it up on the screen and I looked at the title and position. I was like, oh, that's why they pulled him, is because of that title and position. But then when you found out,
looks fancy.
It does. But and I feel bad for him. And here's why I feel bad for him. He's not going to say no to a big case. He would never say no to us because you want to do the best you can. But he was set up for failure, in my estimation, by the prosecution because this is not his area. He was called in so late on the case. He had no background. He didn't have a time to do an in-person assessment. I mean, there's so many things that I think were set up against him to be a really good, credible witness because of who he was, his background, which is extremely credible in what he does, but not in this area, not at that late time in the game. So I listened to him because I know he's credible in the content he typically covers. I had just never, ever, ever knew or heard of him covering this content before, and Reddington pointed it out.
It's like calling in Colonel Sanders on a war crimes case or something.
Yeah,
it's
why?
It's like not the right chicken, sure, but this isn't.
And so here's a question for both Bob and Allie, or any of you really. Do you think the prosecution really needed at that point to call in one more expert? Because I thought what they had was I thought when they're, I can't remember the last doctor's name that actually posed those two hypotheses that he, instead of saying it was either this or this, that he said these two things can exist, and he gave up probabilities, like it could be a postpartum psychosis, although I think the data I'm bringing in is most likely going to support severe depression, and it was what's the kind of filicide, the altruistic filicide. And so when he posed it that way, it's like, well, now that I can actually kind of wrap my mind around this, and both are actually credible for saying that she's not criminally responsible because they both fall under that bar. So I was like, I like that guy. I think that's a good one to end on. And then they call in a kaboom.
He committed. He basically got a permission structure for the jury to have a conversation around making their choice.
Yeah, I thought so too.
And then they destroyed it by bringing on the next witness.
I thought so because I was having that discussion. As we went through the process of not having our own confirmation biases, I remained very open. I even told Coffin Dipper I was open when I saw this guy, and she's like, "Oh, then I'm 100%." I said, okay," but he made me think in a very open new way because I thought he posed a really good argument about something else to include.
Steve, but
Wait,
go ahead,
we've
babe.
got Mel waiting, so I don't want to leave her back there because we got Rebecca's other half. So.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yeah. We got the whole
Guys.
crew up in here.
Welcome to the squares.
The squares.
Hello.
So
Oh,
Mel, I don't know if you want
squares.
to quickly say hi, or you're introduced as the other half of something's.
She's the B. Arthur of the Hollywood Squares.
Oh, am I?
B. Arthur. Ruth Busby.
Hey, everybody. I'm Mel Barrett. I am the other half of the Something's Off pod, and we have been covering the Lindsey Clancy case every day since the beginning. We're doing a trauma-free recap, which means that we're not covering. We're not. I don't show any of the testimony that involves the horrific events that happened to the children for the audience.
Rebecca told us,
And we
thought that
focus.
was a great idea.
Yeah, we're focusing solely on the sort of insanity defense. Was she saying at the time that this happened?
Yeah.
And the testimony outside of that, whenever Frick and Frack get up there and start pulling out the exercise bands and, doing all that stuff, I tend to move away from that and just recap. So that's how we're doing it. But I've really enjoyed your coverage too, and I think Cameron's done an amazing job. I love the dynamic between Allie and Cameron. It's been great.
Yeah, I haven't
Catch
been able
Bob
to
and Cam was great.
experience it. Yeah.
But babe, go ahead and respond to what Robin was saying. I just wanted to let Mel be part of the convo.
Yeah, don't let me interrupt.
Was I fully back when Robin was speaking? Because my problem with my mobile studio here is when the car shuts off.
Oh, okay.
my
So we
whole
were
thing
talking
shuts
about
down.
whether they needed to even bring on another expert. I think they did it because they thought the BAU and the FBI is flashy, and now people want to believe
They
it.
overbooked.
Sexy brand.
Right.
Sexy
And I don't
brand.
know if they're out of touch, because I feel like, and it could be just because of my world, that no matter what side of, I'll call it the aisle, but you know what I mean, people don't trust the federal government, no matter where you're coming from anymore. So I think that's why they did it. I thought that it was cumulative. I thought a lot of it was cumulative. And I thought they should definitely have thought they needed someone, for me personally, after Dr. Kirk, because he just handed up probable cause on a silver platter.
I got a question for you guys, the attorneys.
Reasonable doubt. Sorry.
But it's on that angle of what kind of weight, when you have an FBI expert, does it hold today versus 10 years ago, 20 years ago, in terms of credibility? Like how much has that changed in your guys' view, in the eyes of the jury, just because of the climate of where we're at today and the distrust of the government?
I honestly don't know for sure, except it's been, because I haven't had to delve into that specific issue, but I found it easier. It used to be you had to look for a certain type of juror that's going to, not overly trust the police and not overly trust the government. And I found it much easier to find that people, because everybody, no matter what your worldview is, has a reason to not trust the government, mostly because the way whatever media you're listening to is still saying, look at how atrocious the government is. No matter which side of they're saying it from, it's still look at all the lies your government has told you, no matter who's saying it. You know what I mean? So, but I don't know if that translates into the BAU, and the FBI isn't as impactful.
Or is it more impactful today because of true crime and because of all of the atmosphere? It probably really depends on the group we're talking about that is going to be the jury, the peers, in whatever geographic area we're talking about in terms of the trust or distrust of the police.
I mean, our chat was all about Criminal Minds. Where's Dr. Spencer Reed? Where's Morgan? Where's this one? But I hear what you're saying, but I still think that maybe they get a little less. I think people, when you say FBI, don't trust them like they used to, but that's wishful thinking.
Yeah, I think that holds for a portion of society. I think there's still
dogs bark.
A large portion of society that does trust in law enforcement, and they want to, and we need to be able to. I mean, that's the bigger overarching theme here, and that slipped. That needle is moved, and that's the realistic way. Like this concept that all cops and FBI agents are all knights in shining armor, and every prosecutor is a white hat motherfucker, is bullshit. We're all human beings.
So,
you're gonna get bad in every profession. That's just the fact of the matter. With the feds, the vetting process is so much more thorough. I have a greater trust for the FBI, but when you're talking about local law enforcement in terms of the people that they let onto the force.
Yeah.
It is, we are not talking about the same type of vetting. Like when my father was trying to get on with the aviation administration as an attorney, the vetting process by the federal government was unbelievable.
Yeah.
They went back to people that my father hadn't spoken to in 20 years to try to get the down low on this guy. You know what I mean? So you know, from that perspective, but we've just seen it so much. And in this state in particular, you know, go ahead, Robin.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so we were talking about the title and position and what it brings to the fight on this one. And I didn't bring it up because I didn't think it was relevant until we had a discussion on this. I don't know Satoff's current role, although when they pulled up his resume, so day job, University of Virginia. So our psychs are on contract with the Bureau. They're not employees. And so it was interesting to me that they actually did the tagline of him being a BAU psychiatrist for the FBI. No, he's a contractor for the FBI. He's fully employed by the University of Virginia. And so,
Sexy.
So it's interesting that to your point, were they using his title and position? Yeah, because in reality, they should have had University of Virginia down there or something else. And they could have said that part of his collateral duties was being an operational psychologist or psychiatrist for the FBI's BAU. He's a contract psychiatrist for them, because that's really what our psychiatrists are. Because you really think any of these high-paid psychiatrists or psychologists could actually afford to be full-time on a government salary and employee with the FBI?
Actually, that's the thing. I think the general population is under the movie delusion of how these things work. And I think the general public does think that, because the general public doesn't realize how little government employees make, even those in very important positions. Yeah. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of people that do think that, yes, they're making big bucks and they're only working for the FBI. They're not a contract employee that's, a professor over here. I think there's a big disconnect on how that actually works with the public.
And their hours are actually limited. So I had a certain budget every year for my contract psychiatrists and psychologists, Reed Malloy, all of them I had mentioned. And so when my budget for them ran out, I couldn't use them anymore. And so they had their hourly rate I had to get approved through the budget office. Yeah. And then they would bill us for their hourly rate, just like they bill a client, because I was a client of theirs. Yeah. And so when that pool of money was gone, it was gone. And so now BAU, so my team was a behavioral analysis program, and I was part of a different division than the BAUs anyway, it's all the internal politics emerging and whatnot. But their pocket of money was much bigger than mine, so I ran out faster. But that's how it works. And so there's a pool of money allocated for the contract psychiatrists and psychologists, and once that pool is gone, it's gone. They can ask for enhancement and stuff, but they're not considered employees.
I think that's why it was actually important that Reddington really drilled into the fact that, it sounds sexy that this guy's coming from the FBI, but he's only worked with prison populations for this.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So
we also had him confirm. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mel, go ahead.
It's just very different when you're dealing with because they've pulled away so many of our mental health facilities in this country. People don't go when they need mental health help. They don't go to mental health facilities. They get put in prison with the general population. And so when you are a prison doctor, you're dealing with people who are not getting one-on-one therapy necessarily. You're dealing with higher cases of maybe schizophrenia, maybe psychosis. So this guy is sitting here in front of the jury talking about women being on the prison ward, like stripping down naked and running around. That's not what Lindsey Clancy was doing. She was literally trying to mask her everyday life, living at home, taking care of 3 kids, holding down the house. This guy, Sathoff, has no experience whatsoever in her demographic. And so the idea that when Reddington was able to really drill down on that and, and sort of tear him apart over that, and that moment where he was like, "Are you just agreeing with me to agree with me?" And the guy said yes. I was like, why are we even talking to this guy? Why is this guy on the stand? Why is he here?
Well, Allie's epic rant that was pertaining specifically to Mac applied to all 3 of them. That thing was like, her rant was one of the most epic of all. Like, that thing should have 10 million views. It's I don't know.
Yeah, it will. It will.
Yeah,
I
but
mean-
it's like,
Well.
I mean, she like just nailed it right on the head. And it's like, I'm sitting there listening, and Red's a master at being able to go through somebody's CV and just fucking destroy them. You know, my favorite part, and I keep asking, I can't get an answer, because I did not hear in the courtroom when he got, how do you pronounce his name? Robin Satoff?
Satoff.
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 Yeah.
Greg
So
Satoff.
when he gets Satoff and he's reading through what I recognized as the opening statement, did he announce to him that I'm reading you the opening? So
Nope.
he gave him no idea where
Okay.
that thing
Nope.
was coming from.
He didn't. He didn't give him an idea, except for there was an objection by, I don't know if it was Frick. I don't know if it was Frick or Frack, the one without the bow, Sprague. I think there was an actual
Attorney
objection.
Sprague.
So you're right.
That's
Not
right.
just
Thank you, Rebecca.
there was there was an objection, and I heard him say in that moment. He said opening statement. I don't think the witness caught that. I think he actually said those words. But the I don't think the witness caught it, and that was just a brilliant moment where he was like, "Nope."
And it was
That
a
statement
calculated
minimizes. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was
Yes.
a calculated risk by Reddington, because he broke the golden rule. He asked a question, he didn't know what the response was going to be from the witness, and it was a home run. I wish, and I loved his closing. You know, I thought it was a little, all over the place. But like I was saying, like Allie knows, because like I'm not a reader. When I did my closings, I went up there exactly like Red. I knew the facts of my case. I'd gone over it a million times in my head. I never practiced in front of a mirror. I'm the opposite of what Alan Jackson is, and so is Reddington. It's like, so when he gets to, some of the things that he got to, which I felt needed to be addressed, kind of pointing out that moment in time again to the jury and why it was significant.
That would have been good.
It would have been a good thing for him to do, because I don't know that the jury picked up on the fact that, like, oh, well, shit, their own witness is now saying that they're minimizing what was going on here.
Oh, they remembered it. If I remembered it,
I
they
hope so.
remembered it. I have a question for you guys, a dual question for you guys, the lawyers here. One, I've never seen in a trial before a defense attorney so expertly get witnesses to discredit other witnesses or acknowledge that defense witnesses are the best in their field.
Yeah.
My other question is about that closing. This is very, very different from Karen Reed's second trial closing, when they lasered in on one fact, that there was no collision. They sort of let everything else go. This was instead focused on the deception of the prosecution.
Yeah.
More so than the evidence and the facts of the case. What did you two lawyers think about that tactic?
Yeah, good question.
Take it first, babe.
I was booting up a thing.
All right, so I'll get, so it's basically the idea is, do we think that Red focused enough on the actual issue at hand, as opposed to the manipulation and deception that was kind of put forth by the Commonwealth throughout the whole case?
I thought the manipulation was uber important for him to focus on. I almost thought there was a lot more of them. Like if he's piling up manipulation after manipulation, I thought the list needed to go a lot more. But there was a lot of anticipating things that I didn't think he did, such as, they're going to say this whole, you heard it before, you never heard it again. And that's like the lie, and that she could control what she was doing. And I would have liked to have heard him say in closing, first of all, if they can't have it both ways, talk about another manipulation. She heard it before, she never heard it again. Number one, Resnick, who again is the leader, a renowned expert in hallucinations and in malingering, faking, and two, knows all of these things. But also, if this was her plan and she's trying to lie, and she's got some knowledge of, you keep saying she's a nurse, she knows things. Why wouldn't she say she heard it before? And why wouldn't she say she heard it again? Like it doesn't make any sense if you're gonna go through all of this as a lie, and then you just don't keep up. You don't keep up the lie. And there was.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I agree. Like if you're coming up with the lie is that I was hearing the voices for an extended period of time. Like the lie is
Right.
not, I just heard it the one time. You know
Right.
what I mean?
That's a really
if
good
you're-
point.
If you're cooking up a theory, if you're Lindsay and in their theory, this was all planned. She was Googling all the shit. We know she Googled, which drove me nuts, frankly, from both sides, that we hear about the hallucination Google, but I don't find out what the landing page was. Like, where did you, like, what did it say? Like, where did she land?
Yeah.
And if she was researching to lie, she didn't lie very well.
And she's also riffing on that. And she's also documented, and all psychiatrists and psychologists, both sides agree, she's known to minimize. And so why wouldn't she have minimized the voices?
And called them intrusive thoughts. We don't know
Yeah.
that she wasn't describing the
Yeah.
voice as intrusive thoughts. I
Yeah.
mean, that
They
was the
didn't
only
do
thing
the
I kept thinking about.
Right.
Yeah.
And let me ask all of you guys, all 5 of you. So in the courtroom, I'm sitting there and I kept saying the thing. I'm like, how the fuck is somebody supposed to know what an intrusive thought is?
Yeah, they couldn't define it.
In relation to, or whether it's a command hallucination.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
because, and I keep going back, and I brought it up, Babe, and I don't think that you were on this live with me. I think it was one of my after shows. I was talking about that book we read, the fucking
I
Untethered.
talked about it too.
Yeah, what was it called? The Untethered Mind, or
Soul, something like
Untethered
that.
Yeah,
Soul.
the
I
Untethered
read it.
Soul. So, like, and when we both read the first 2 chapters of that book, it put it into a framework that completely changed the way that I think about me worrying all the time. Like, I don't know about y'all, but when I'm in the shower, I call it my worry chamber. That's really like nobody's fucking bothering me. It's like dead quiet. I'm in there with my thoughts, and all I'm doing is worrying about all the shit. And it's basically like an annoying little voice saying, "Oh man, you got all this shit to do. Oh, you haven't done this, dickhead. Well, like, why aren't you doing that?" And like when we read that book, and I just got through the first 2 chapters, and it's like once you realize that voice in your head, that you can tell it, pipe down. I don't want to, because it's never positive shit. It's always shit that's always just kind of like nagging at me. That's always in the back of my mind. And when I thought about it like that, they're not intrusive thoughts in the sense that they're asking me or having me think about something horrific per
But
se.
that's your internal monologue, not an intrusive thought.
Right.
But like, but why is my internal monologue always negative?
Because
Yeah,
we
that's
don't
a
give
whole
ourselves-
other conversation, but it's not an intrusive
well,
thought.
Bob, we don't give you some,
Nice
because we
guy.
don't give ourselves grace, and that's as human beings. You know, we give others grace, we don't give ourselves grace.
Yeah,
But
that's
but
true.
I
That's
think
universal.
people have intrusive thoughts. Like,
But that's not an intrusive
Yeah.
thought.
that's not
Yeah.
it. But if you ever thought, like, one day,
They feel intrusive to me.
like, maybe
Leave
I
me
might
alone.
maybe I might kill someone one day. Maybe I'm a killer. Like that.
But to the point of what we're saying here is that she kept minimizing as everyone's documenting, and so she might what might have been a command hallucination to us, or a true, something outside of us that we can't explain, rather than self-doubt, our own insecurities, our own fears, thoughts, and all those things. That is normal. For her, she wouldn't have even probably regarded those. When it elevated to the next level above that, where it's some voice that we don't recognize, we don't understand what it is. It's not saying anything violent, but it's intrusive, and she has a minimization thing going on in her life. That actually might have been the psychosis talking, but she wasn't calling it the same thing that the doctors were calling it. I think we have she because she was so consistently self-minimizing and all these things. They weren't synced up on definitions.
And Robin, I thought of that as a possibility, but I assumed through all of these experts,
They would
they're
address it.
going to, really hone in on that. And again, would have been a great opportunity for a liar, a conniving, manipulative liar, to be like, well, now that I know what I can explain it better. I guess it was more like a voice, because it was speaking to me in third person, or whatever the hell you would need to say. Like,
right.
she could have reframed them if she was lying.
And all the people and all the tests showed on both sides, again, anti-liar, strong on veracity with everything she was doing except the minimization. So
There's a lot of roads she could have gone down if she was lying that would have strengthened her case. That still really wouldn't have been read much as lying.
Right.
I mean, but
Right.
could have been lies, and she chose not to. She was just sticking with, here's what the story's pretty much been.
And if you remember, Dr. Kirk, so the middle guy, the psychologist, he said on day 3, and I can't remember the second word. I keep wanting to remember the second word. She was more guarded and something. He was implying she wasn't being less forthcoming with her answers, for sure. He used that word too, but guarded. And as one of his examples, it was, I asked her what wrist she wore her Apple Watch on, and she said, I can't remember. And I'm like, well, isn't that more indicative of someone who's in like mental distress now from this is day 3? Like she's just exhausted.
Right.
She's just depleted. She's just like that. There's no reason to lie about that. There's no reason to be guarded about that. That is like asking, someone put it in the chat, what's the color of your eyes? She told me she didn't know. She's a fucking liar.
What that should have been was considered a baseline question if she's able to answer any questions of significance, and they didn't count as that. So we're going to say that's okay, but now believe everything out of her mouth after that in the same moment.
Yeah.
Right. Like pick and choose the way you use it. And I've been, but going back to like the manipulations, there were so many more, that could have been pointed out. And it was just like, I started by saying like, that's one of the things I would have like been able to front, like she didn't before, she didn't again. She could have, she could have, if they're saying she's lying, she could have lied better. And remember, the expert knew this. He explained it. She's going to tell you he flagged it as a red flag. He considered it, and he still found it to be, one of those occasions.
It would have been so much easier for her if she was a better liar. Or a liar at all. I mean, she could have just, because these people are just all the psychiatrists. Well, this is just what she told me. Well, if she just told them that she heard voices earlier, you know what? They would have said, oh yeah, look, she's psychotic. That's a loose job they did on the prosecution side of evaluating her. Here's what she said.
Good, Rebecca.
There's also the memory effect. Like they're asking her to, this is 3 years, right? Zeisel saw her almost immediately. This is 3 years later. Anybody who's ever watched trials knows that there's usually an expert who explains that when you're remembering something, you're actually remembering your last memory of it. Yes. And your story, the edges come off your story over time. And, 100%. Anytime somebody relies on court, somebody remembered 5 years later, and that's their main piece of evidence, I'm always like, oh, it's bullshit. Because of that. So if she was going to lie, that would have been the time to do it. It would have been the time to pretend she remembered something different than what she actually remembered, which actually made her look worse to them. So it's like the choosing the moments not to lie is actually, for me, very indicative that she's an honest broker.
And I've got a question I want to pose to you, Rebecca, but before I do that, I don't want to lose this train. And I don't know, Robin, if you're the right person to answer it, but one of and it might have been the FBI agent, or if not, it was Kirk. He said she minimized, but in a very sophisticated and kind of way. And it's going to be so important. And then he never got to say it. It seemed like he was building up to say she minimized on purpose. So when she said the voice, it read it as a minimization. I don't know where the fuck he was going with it because they didn't let him fully flesh it out. But you guys remember that?
Yeah, I think he was trying to build upon or trying to establish that this minimization was a nefarious arc. And that was actually, it was strategic. In other words, her minimization was consistent and strategic to serve herself rather than just be who she was. Right. And which is complete bunk.
Thank God they didn't let him get that out because he started to go there. So now I remember the question for you, Rebecca, and all of you too, and Mel also. But do you guys think the lobotomy personality change at closing that the jurors saw through it? What are your thoughts?
Yes. No. So this is I think that we heard the judge say at the end, don't take your dislike for any particular person involved in this trial. Don't have that be part of your decision making, right? I thought the second set of instructions he gave the jury were very interesting, and that was part of that set of instructions. And I think he was responding to both that and to Reddington's what could be perceived as aggression by Reddington. But Reddington was consistent. He was a fiery, harsh advocate for Lindsay in his opening statement. He was a fiery, harsh advocate for Lindsay with his witnesses, with the prosecution witnesses, and she definitely decided to tell a story in a specific way, and he had just been talking about their deception. That's what really struck me, was he spent his whole closing talking about their deception. She gets up there, puts on a different voice, like her public radio voice or whatever, and then also doubles down on some of
Her
the
empathy
deception,
voice.
such as
Her
like the
empathy voice.
minimizing the suicide stuff. I mean, that really stunned me, and I
Blew
thought
my
that
mind.
was an interesting choice to make, to have that affect right after he talked about deception.
Do you think,
Yeah.
Mel, that the jurors, some people like, do you think they were like, what? Or you think they just were like, oh, she's empathetic?
I think that some of the jurors are probably going to be convinced by her closing, but I think that on the heels of Reddington smashing, his quarters down on the desk and yelling at everybody about how much they lied to them, which I thought was really strong. Sure, Ghost, I thought he was a little bit all over the place. But he got a lot of the major points out there. The points where we were like, oh yeah, tell him that. Remember that one? Yeah, you guys remember that one? So after coming on the heels of him, and Frick did the first one.
The
Bo
opening.
Peep. Yeah, Bo Peep
Buckingham.
did the
Paul
opening.
Revere.
Buckingham. Attorney Buckingham.
Or Ucking, because she's Ucking.
Okay. Or and Ummer. That's my favorite one so far.
That's a good one. That's a
Yeah,
fucking good
so
one.
it was definitely the antithesis of the opening, because I don't think that Buckingham has any kind of empathy. She doesn't have an ounce of empathy in her body, and the way that she acted out that opening, with the bow. And I did look up pictures of her from other cases.
Yeah.
She doesn't wear bows in other cases. She did this because she was trying to elicit emotion from the jury and do whatever. She's also the head of the Child and Family Protection Unit in Plymouth County, which terrifies me. But to have Sprague go up at the end, and I realized that Sprague was the one that was coughing the whole time. I couldn't figure out who was coughing, who was like hacking up a lung. And it
People were
was Sprague.
blaming me. They're
Well,
like,
because at some
Bob
point I said to you,
cough
Bob,
or
cough
shit.
to get Reddington's attention.
Hello.
No, it was Sprague, and you could tell because she kept losing her friggin' voice in the closing, and popping breath mints or whatever she was popping. So part of the reason why to me, that she was coming off as like softer and more sympathetic is because she was losing her voice. So that was just like a very technical thing. She was actually coming
I
off
thought she
softer
was
because she
putting
was
on a
losing her
show.
voice.
Yeah, I thought it was some vocal fry bullshit that she
Yeah, I
was
thought
trying
she
to
was
do.
like,
I still thought the affect was too flat. I didn't think there was
It
any
was-
emotion there.
Yeah, there wasn't a ton of emotion for
no, there
me.
wasn't. I just thought she was using her empathy. I empathize.
I thought maybe she had a little Kahlua in the coffee or something this morning. And it was just kind of
I
like,
didn't
it's
even-
okay.
Out.
Little Valium, like Jen.
I didn't
did.
even
Yeah.
feel like the empathy thing. I felt more of the come on, you guys, like that thing. Like, come on, you guys. I mean, we can see this, right? We can feel this, right? You guys
all of
are
a sudden-
parents.
all of a
Ugh.
sudden-
And it was just like, oh,
Lindsey Clancy
Yeah.
was relatable.
Yeah.
Understandable. And
okay. Can I just say, I just want to point out one thing though, or I want to ask the question actually to the whole group. Why did she double down on the exercise bans and the fake suicide? This is after the judge called her out, called them out, and said, you guys are going with this fake suicide narrative. And she goes, no, we're not. We just think she used the wrong tools to do it.
Great,
and it's like,
great freeze
why,
from Mel there.
why are we doubling down on the exercise bans and the fake suicide narrative? What are we doing? What was there as lawyers? What were you guys thinking in those moments?
Well, I'll tell you what she did with the suicide, which I just don't know, and I'm sure the jury's not going to know. Like that's why I am anxious to rewatch the opening and the closing, because she took it and said, "We were never telling you it was a fake suicide," and I swear to God, it seemed like they said more than just because she's like, all we were ever doing was telling you that despite the fact that she wanted to kill herself, she had the control to be scared and not do it. Right.
She could have done it, but
That's
she just like she
confusing.
could have tucked her dead kids into their beds. Can you imagine what they would have been saying about her if she did do that?
So that's what I said when she
No.
said that at the ending. when she said that at the end, that they were left like discarded garbage, not in their beds, I was like, you know what? If this woman would have killed her kids the way you're
That's
saying,
what she would have done.
she would have tucked them in the bed.
She's projecting.
Right.
No, I mean, like if Lindsey Clancy would have actually,
been in her right mind,
been in her right mind, making a decision,
Yeah.
and it's the filicide, that
the altruistic
the
philosophy.
altruistic, the love filicide, that I think in her right mind, as much as you can say, can you do this in your right mind, that she would have tucked them in, or she would have covered them, or she would have unwrapped them, she would have given them a stuffed animal. This is a woman who loved her kids. So if she was just saying, I can't live and I don't want you, because that's what, from the beginning, I said, thank God the Commonwealth did not come forward with this as their theory, that she wanted to kill herself so badly. And the horror of her kids living, knowing their mom killed themselves, that would just be so traumatic on them that she wanted to take their lives too. But so
ease them of their pain.
Right. Even though I don't believe that is why, and also mostly because, and I wish maybe it's something Reddington could have asked about those altruistic, filicides, and do they usually cover them up and give them a stuffed animal and show some sort of love in the process? But that if they would have done that, it might have been easier to convince a jury that she's guilty than saying she just got tired of being a mother. She couldn't mother right. She couldn't do it right.
I
don't think Heilbrun's motive is that too far afield from what you're saying. His idea, his motive is very, very close to that. The distinction is very difficult to kind of delineate, but he says that, and that was why he had to have it be a serious suicide attempt, because in his motive, it was exactly that, except it was, I didn't want my children to suffer because I wasn't here to raise them. You know what I mean? So it's a slight distinction, but it's basically the same thing, because yours is a little bit different. Like she's trying to alleviate them having the emotional trauma throughout the rest of their lives that their mother killed themselves. And when the other part is really, I'm not going to be there to care for them. So that worries me, and they're not going to be happy. So I have to bring them with me. You know what I mean?
I'm anxious and controlling about how they're cared for.
Right. Leave that part out. But either one of those, I think that mother gives them a stuffed animal and covers them with a blanket, and gives them their best things.
Does it in their own bed.
Does it in their beds. That's why I'm like, although I think it would have been an easier sell, I am not convinced that's what happened here. You know what I mean? With her. And I kind of thought like that right there, look, I want to say this because it is so easy to 2020 second chair what Reddington did. I thought the closing was amazing, but of course I'm going to, especially after I hear theirs, think about all the other things that I wish he would have said and in hindsight. So it's not a like an attack on his closing, but
I mean, Mel nailed it. He was a little bit all but I'm the same way.
I'm the same way because I don't write them down
without paper. I don't need I think you have like a bullet point sometimes, but with your crazy writing like one paragraph on an entire yellow page, yellow legal pad page, just like scrawling it all over. Like I could never operate like that, but I'm like Red in the sense that I have nothing up there with me, and as you're running through a closing in your mind, there's going to be things that pop in intermittently. And in order to make sure you don't forget it, you throw them in there out of place. So it comes off as a bit disjointed. And the problem with what we've been talking about, there's other things that we're all kind of like, damn, I really wish she would have like brought that up again, and I think as to the one thing that you guys and Allie, you were kind of talking about it. I think that in his mind, he was so close in time to the cross-examinations of the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses in particular, that I think that he felt that he made enough of a point that he didn't need at that point in time to restate it because it was so close in time. You know what I
There
mean?
was some of that for sure.
There was, but you know, at the end of the day, it was a powerful closing. But here, I want to throw this guys at you. So I'm sitting with like traditional media, like, right? I'm a fucking lawyer in there, you know, with my janky fucking like sticker inside of a lanyard. You know, I became like super close buddies with every fucking court officer, so I knew I never had to worry because they're all great guys. You know, but like, so I'm anxious when they're done to ask the media, you know, and we've got like, as this thing's progressing, like the national media just descended like vultures on a carcass. It was insane. Like that video I took yesterday of them surrounding and just engulfing Reddington was like, holy shit, man. But every single reporter I talked to, and it kind of shook me to my core, was like, wow, you know, I really thought the Commonwealth's closing was powerful.
I work in the
bias.
traditional media, so I can speak to that a little bit. They are told, they are assigned to look at these stories, whether it's Karen Reed or this case or any other state. They have a managing editor. They have a, you know, they're making a commercial product. They are trained to take 4 steps back and just say what happened that day, because they are preparing a news package that's going to be videotaped, edited, and on the air for 5, and then on the air for 6, and then on the air for 11. And part of the training also is to both sides everything. And if I didn't watch any of this trial and knew very little to nothing, and I walked in that last day, there's a case to be made that her closing was stronger without any of the trial before it. And that's what they're doing. They're covering the TikTok of the day. It's the beats of the day. You're not going to get the, she said this, but this contradicted what she said earlier. You're not going to get that. You're going to get a 30-second news package, and it's going to reflect that kind of training.
Who didn't see the
that
whole
makes
trial?
total sense. That Conlin, Lauren, who I adore, you know, she scared me the most because she was kind of in lockstep with, I forget if she was from US Today. It was not a publication that I'm like, oh wow, you're legit. You know, it's like I find the Globe reporters are my favorite, like the Boston Globe reporters. You know, because I feel like that's still a newsroom that really actually conducts some investigative reporting. You know, and that goes all the way back to the Spotlight era. But you know, like moving forward, they've uncovered some shit. You know, that newsroom does some real work. You know, and like Lauren was very much of the mindset that like Red didn't hit the marks, that he was all over the place. You know, and Conlin's been there. Like Lauren's been there. I mean, she got there later than I did, but she's been there through at least the Commonwealth's, I'd say the end of Red's case in chief, maybe more towards the middle, and then all the way through the Commonwealth's rebuttal. You know, so I was like, because I realize I look at everything through a defense attorney's eyes. I'm sitting in there feeling like I'm watching fucking Atticus Finch give a closing argument. You know, I've got goosebumps. And I'm like, I fucking love this guy so much. You know, it's like he's just a classic, like die in the wool fucking defense attorney. Because I always say it. I'm like, you cannot be a prosecutor and then turn into a defense attorney and be a true blue. Like Alice and I are not built. We cannot, in the core of our being, we could never prosecute people. It's not, we advocate. Allison,
I could prosecute a dirty cop.
Right. Yeah, that's the one exception. I am always saying they should use special prosecutors.
Sometimes
for
they
cop
do.
cases on bad shootings. They should always be defense attorneys because they don't have the relationships with the cops. But that's, I digress on that. But you know what I mean? So it's like, I realize my bias, and I'm always very forthcoming about that. I have a bias. I look at things through the lens in which my mind is trained to look through things. I can't move that aside even if I wanted to. You know what I mean? It always reminds me of before I got into law school, and I'm talking to my dad, and he's like, oh, you know, and we had this, I think I was like 19, you know, maybe 20, something like that. And I have this conversation with him wherein I'm saying, you know, like you seem like you're always in lawyer mode. And I'm like, and I don't want to be that, you know? And he's like, I'll tell you, you know, when you start becoming an attorney, and if you're in criminal law, it becomes who you are. And I was like, well, I'm like, I don't know if I want to be that all the time, you know, and I'll fight that. Like, I'm not going to be that. And then sure as shit, you know, 7-8 years into my practice, I'm like, man, I'm like that. It's who I am. I cannot separate what I do, especially in that profession, because it's so different. There's no other job on the planet like being a defense attorney. There just isn't. The prosecutor's job is so different than, because we're dealing with the humanity of it. We're dealing with the defendants. We're dealing, like in a case like this, Reddington knows and loves Lindsay's parents. Like you become, in over a 3.5 year period of time, you become ingrained in that person, in their life, in that person personally, and you can't separate yourself, especially in a case where you're so adamant about what you believe and what you're truly advocating for. This isn't a case where you're like, oh, my guy's bringing it to trial and I'm pretty sure he fucking did it. Like, that's a different scenario. This is one of those cases where you're like, man, I'm so dead set on that this person's either factually innocent and or in this case, Lindsay had lost her mind. We're dealing with somebody. There was a third person in that room that night, and it wasn't Lindsay and it wasn't the kids individually. It was whoever had taken over her mind, whatever that thing was. And it's like, I can't look at it any other way. But I'm objective. Like, the other part of being a defense attorney is objectivity is required. We're constantly trying to say, all right, look, this could have been that. Whereas the prosecution, like, their entire role is to be myopic. Tunnel vision is what they have to be. They have to just be laser focused. They put everything else to the side. That's where their mind needs to be in order to prosecute cases. They have to reject any notion of any other possibility. And you see it. You see it mostly when you see prosecutors in wrongful convictions that have been overturned dying on the fucking hill. You know, and it goes so far as when you're in that office and in that job that you see prosecutors that had nothing to do with the original prosecution still dying on the hill for a prosecutor who tried that case 15, 20 years ago. You know, like, it's like I saw it with Sean Ellis, you know, a completely different lead prosecutor that is the elected prosecutor talking about in Suffolk County, talking about Sean Ellis' case 20 years after the fact, and they're still dying on the hill that these were all good cops and Sean Ellis did it. You know what I mean?
It seems like almost in the Commonwealth that the strategy has become, you know, put on whatever case you have and then hope for a mistrial so you can try it again. I mean, they've been doing it since Sean Ellis. Reed, I expect that if this is a hung jury, that they're going to try to figure out a way to try her again and, you know, fix the mistake or try to fix the mistakes they made in this case. And it's just like, what are we doing? Why are we spending all the taxpayers' money on this? Why are we forcing these defendants to have to pay these attorneys' fees for a second trial when you didn't prove your case the first time?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Like, I mean, that's the $1 million question. That's probably the question I get asked most. Like, what are they going to do if this thing's hung? You know what I mean? And like, so which brings me, I know where all our minds are at and what we think should happen here. The question is, what do you think is going to happen here? Just everybody going around like, I know where I'm at with it, and it's unfortunate, but it's where I'm at with it.
I'm going to go quick because I gotta run. And I think Robin needs to run too. Hung jury. I'm not convinced we've landed anywhere else at the end of this. I think people are already dug in where they're dug in. And I think at the end of the day, it's that group, that 9% that we were talking about, they just don't care. It doesn't matter. Nothing is going to change that. They can fully understand, oh, okay, that's how she got there mentally. Doesn't matter. And that's what I think you're going to end up, no matter how many times you try this case, you're going to end up with that same.
And where I'm at is I think I have top three. First is hung. Second is the manslaughter. And the third would be not guilty by reason of insanity.
Lack of criminal responsibility.
Yeah, but they're all pretty tight. You know, I would not be surprised by absolutely any of them at this point because I give it a lot more chance. And my one last point, we brought up kind of going back about staging the kids or with stuffed animals and stuff. I actually looked it up. It's called caretaking residue. And there's actually no pattern to that with in cases of altruistic filicide. So I did look it up. That one did not have been telling in this case. I wanted to give everyone that little factoid.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Guys,
Robin's always
All right.
great for looking shit up. All right, ladies. I love you guys. Thank you.
Love you guys.
for dropping in,
Love you,
man.
Bob.
See you
nice
later.
meeting y'all. See y'all
Nice
soon.
meeting you.
Bye-bye.
Follow
Bye,
these
nice
guys.
meeting
Hidden
you.
Killers. He didn't even promote himself. What a
Yeah,
Oh, that's all right.
so it's Hidden Killers with Tony Brueski and Hidden Killers
Robin
Live
Dreeke.
with Robin Dreeke with Bob on Tuesdays, and we're live 11 Central, noon Eastern for 1 hour every day of the week.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate
All
it.
right, see y'all.
All right, man.
Bye.
So,
I'm off,
lady,
Kimmy.
where do you think?
No, you're
Where
not. You're still
Good.
here.
No, you're still here.
Come
I
on,
have a question.
Kitty!
If they're hidden killers, how do they talk about them? How do they know where they
I
are?
mean, that's
So I'm
pretty good question.
I did the math on this in the show last night. I think I'm 50% or more hung jury, even though I hate using that expression for this particular case.
Yeah.
I think I'm worried about the manslaughter charge. I know that juries sometimes compromise because they want to go home. And you know, one of the things that was interesting to me was that in the second set of instructions, the judge said yesterday, I wasn't clear enough on second degree murder, but like all these things also apply to that. Because I think that he was worried that they might compromise on that. But the understanding people have of manslaughter is so pop culture based. It's so based on like Law and Order, SVU, all these other things. And people think manslaughter means, oh, well, a person died and, your people died and they didn't mean it and blah, blah, blah. But that's not what it means. And I'm worried that that's going to be a compromise that they make. So for me, I'm going to rank them the same way that he ranked them. Hung jury, manslaughter, guilty without criminal responsibility.
Yeah. What do you think, Mel?
It's really tough for me to make that call because I just don't trust juries. I don't trust judges often. I think prosecutors and judges have far too much power in our justice system, and I think that we are asking a lot out of a bunch of lay people to determine the facts of a case and also understand the law in such a short period of time. However, as far as emotions go, I've heard a lot of rumors that there were some women on the jury that were crying. I've heard women
did not happen. Did not happen.
Okay.
That
What
was,
about the
and
woman
I
holding
heard
the
the same
cross?
shit. I didn't see that either. And like yesterday, more than any day, and I'm looking at the jury quite frequently without being a fucking creep. You know, it's like you have
It's
that
your
whole,
job, Bob.
yeah, you have that whole
Yeah, it's your job,
aquarium thing, you know, when you're sitting here like just like staring at these people. It's weird. But yeah, no, I did not see nobody was crying during the Commonwealth's closing. I didn't see a woman clutching her cross. And I've been careful to try to see how many people, women specifically, have been wearing crucifixes or crosses. And I think I saw 3.
Yeah.
Like over the
I think
course.
it's, as far as the women on the jury, I mean, we know that it's 9 women, 3 men.
Right.
I think that you can drill down even more into the generations. So if you have the 4 woman is in her 60s, people have been saying.
She's older, yeah.
She could have ideas about young moms to get over it, rub some dirt on it and get on with it. Or, you have the other side of that. They're the women who are like, no, I absolutely know what she's going through. And this was, this could have happened to me. So to me, I assume it's going to be a hung jury because I can't imagine. I'll say this. It's either a hung jury or I can't imagine all of them voting guilty. I can imagine all of them voting not guilty. Even outside of outside of the insanity plea, I can see that, but I think it's one or the other.
I'm with you. Like I think this thing lives in mistrial land. I just I don't think that you're ever convincing anybody that is on that side of like I don't give a shit what was going on with her.
Right.
Just like those folks, like she was teeming with psychosis. I don't care. She killed her kid. She's going in. Those folks, I don't know that you'll ever be able to move off the needle, but I think you can move those folks from M1, from murder one over to manslaughter.
Right.
I
That's
think
my
that there's-
concern.
Right. I think there's on the other hand, I don't think that you're moving anybody that believes that she was not herself, that she was disassociated, that she was in the full throes of psychosis. And there's no way, but for that this ever happens. I don't think that they're going to be willing to compromise to go back down that way. But to your point, you guys both made the point. The one thing about not guilty for lack of criminal responsibility is they know what the end result is, meaning the punishment, even though like, so she's going to be hospitalized. It was read in the instruction. As far as manslaughter, that is like any other trial that we ever try. The jury is never made aware of what the potential punishment is. And it's verboten. You can't bring that shit up. So they're not going to have any idea, and the other part of it is it's like a logical, like in law fiction under these fact patterns that you can make it ever work with manslaughter. It does not fit because when you move forward with not guilty by reason of insanity or lack of criminal responsibility, what you're doing by operation of law is your client is admitting that they committed the acts, and what they're saying, I did it, but you can't hold me responsible because I had lost my mind. It's similar to the same kind of analysis that you get in a self-defense type case, but like there, you need the person typically to testify and give their version of events. Well, I was defending myself. So it's similar in that sense, but like the mechanics, the legal mechanics of it do not work with manslaughter. And, I know, and Reddington asked for it. Red asked for it like the day before before they had the charging conference. And so, the judge obviously thought about it and, but notwithstanding all that, I still worry about it. I worry about that too. The interesting part, and I had a pretty good conversation with somebody last night. I can't remember who it was, about the sentencing aspect of it, because ultimately it would be up to Sullivan to sentence her. And, Sullivan, which I've come to find out, was a lifelong defense attorney. He was a defense bar guy, pretty prodigious career. Like he was like a well thought of criminal defense attorney, wasn't just slogging around in like a little rat hole office, scraping by. He had a pretty storied career as a defense attorney. And you have to wonder, like obviously Reddington thought about the concept of going bench trial on this thing, which is always a huge risk, but you have to wonder if the jury did somehow come to a compromise. There's a range there, and there's two things. I don't know in Massachusetts, because I'm not completely familiar with the sentencing on it, if he has the ability to make those run concurrently or if they have to be consecutive, meaning for each charge, for each of the three children, whatever he sentenced in that range, which I believe is 5 to 20 years, if it's going to be boom, 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 or if they're all going to run at the same time. I am of the mindset, and I was right about the fucking Aaron Spencer thing when every other lawyer I had on, I'm like, this is the perfect storm where that judge very well might dismiss that case based on what had happened with that SD card on that thing. And sure as shit, he dismissed it. I just felt like I think that this is a situation because Sullivan has been very attentive. He's been we've watched plenty of trials where you see the fucking judges checked out. They're looking on their screen. You can tell that they're emailing. They're half paying attention. They're drawn back into the case when there's an objection, and they're not fully there. That has not been Sullivan. Sullivan has been listening to every single second of this, and I watch him. So like, I think there exists a possibility in the world that he goes on the lower end of sentencing. And I think it was Betterow. I had Betterow on yesterday. He's like, nah. He's like, I don't think so. He's like, what about the politics of it? I'm like, they're fucking appointed in Massachusetts.
Oh, judges, if anyone's immune from that. And Mel and I disagree about the power of judges all the time on this, but like, this is why you want a powerful judge, because a powerful judge could sentence her to a mental facility rather than a hard. He has choices that the prosecutor wouldn't make. I have a question for you, Bob. I don't want to ask something that's like, perceived to be insensitive or that puts you in a position where you have to say something weird. But I've been thinking a lot about sort of the socioeconomic class of the jury, potential resentment towards somebody from Duxbury with all these resources, but also sort of the blue collar mindset of, I don't care if I'm sick, I still have to go to work, otherwise I don't get paid. Like I have seen in other trials there be, resentment in jurors who don't have the options that the defendant has. Do you have any non shitty observations that you could make about the jury in that regard?
Yeah, no, in like Mel had nailed it on the head, but
oh, perfect. He looks like he's asking for Grey Poupon, which is all I've been able to think about with him in that car.
We lost Bob.
Do you have any Grey Poupon? He's Grey
It's just
Poupon.
you and me. We're Defense Diaries now. Just
We're
you and me.
taking it over. Oh, can I be Bob and you can be Allie?
I want to be Allie. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so say something that Allie would say. Yeah, say something Allie would say.
This fucking guy. Petitioning activity. God. Wait, let me order some food. Let me order some dinner. Hold on a second. Let me just order
You have
some
to go
dinner.
dark, order a sandwich, and then eat it while the
order
stream
some
is
dinner.
just still going on. Yeah, this is
God,
amazing.
petitioning
This is my dream
activity.
come-
Bob.
Do you think Bob is still talking and doesn't know? Because that he is the Carrie Roberts of true crime
Wait, look.
podcasting. He's a talker. Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
We are 2/3 in charge right now. We have
own this
a
place.
majority.
Let's have a party. Let's have a party.
This is
What's everybody doing in the chat?
incredible.
I can
Oh
see
my
the chat. I can see the super chats. Hey, we
I
gave
know.
out 5 gifted memberships. You guys tell everybody you got those memberships and do all the things. And this is crazy. I feel like I have so much power right now.
We do. I
There's
feel
like-
drunk with power.
they
Send us
have
a
like-
super chat while you're here.
They have like 60,000 more followers than we do. This is crazy. Is this what it's like? Is this what it's like?
65,000. 65,000.
Okay,
You
let's
guys
not get
running the
technical.
show?
Oh shit, she's back. Damn it.
Yeah.
You guys running the
Bob-
show?
Bob was asking
Bob-
for Grey Poupon and his connection
was-
went down.
He was about
Oh.
to say something really profound and then yeah.
all right. So if you're watching why I keep dropping off like unceremoniously like throughout the stream, I'm sitting in the shadows of the Plymouth County Courthouse here, and I am using a Starlink. I'm in Margaret's Denali. I have the Starlink plugged in. The car automatically shuts down. I need to put a timer on so I can go in. I try like somebody like Kitty Coo's like, oh, tap the brake. I did that. I went in, like got off camera. So I don't know when it's shutting down, but when it shuts down,
Why
the
don't you just get
Starlink-
her keys from her? I don't get
the
it.
car's running, honey. It's automatically shutting down after 20 minutes.
Oh, just stick it in
something.
reverse. Yeah.
Stick it in reverse.
I'm sitting like in the back row.
Allie, sorry, I
because-
was just playing you while Bob was gone.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I have to be back where I'm at because it's the only room for me to operate. So it is what
guys-
it is. This is my
You guys
mobile
got me
studio. It's
for
not optimal.
20 minutes, but because I just
Oh wait,
wanna know,
let me finish that because I
Jury
was in the middle
question.
of saying something. So
Wait, Jerry question?
yeah,
this
no,
is
what,
in the
what
chat.
you were asking,
Oh.
about the socioeconomic, and Mel nailed it on the head, but she was speaking of the generational aspect,
Mhm.
where there is that thought process with our beloved boomers who are more of the mindset, you know what, rub some dirt on it, you'll be fucking
Yep.
fine. Plow through. I did it,
Mhm.
you can do it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like that kind of mentality that's going to exist in the world. Demographically, when I'm going to just talk about age first, my guesstimate is that the bulk of the jurors that are deliberating are 40 to, I'm going to go 50, 58, 59. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think probably the woman who was made the foreperson might be the oldest female, or she's in the team photo for it.
Mhm.
We did get the one black juror, which I was happy about. I think that in terms of kind of being
Diversity.
fucked, well, diversity, but being fucked by the system and
Yeah.
understanding, but that could play the other way where Becca's talking about, like, oh, well,
Yep.
Well,
because the Commonwealth was drilling down on that. Oh, she had all the resources.
privileged
She had
white
more
female.
resources than most of us in this room, which isn't necessarily true. I mean, like, I thought Red made it a small point, but in terms of, but he made it on cross of Heilbrunn when he was talking about the finances, where Lindsay had been saying, I have to go back to work. Like, we need my income. I don't think that they were so well off that they were like, I wouldn't consider them to be wealthy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they had
Like,
financial stresses as well. It was brought up several times in testimony that they were,
100%.
because of the new house in Duxbury and 3 kids and only one person working. I mean, yeah, it's a stressful situation for anybody.
Exactly. So I think that part, you know, I don't know if the jury's going to accept what the Commonwealth was putting out there with respect to her just kind of being an entitled little white girl who has all the money in the world. And, you know, like, I'm hoping they're not buying that entire narrative, because it's bullshit.
We're hearing that you may have been right, Bob, and that the jury might be back. And you said between 2 and 3.
Wait, what?
That's what folks in the chat are saying.
Yeah, I think the jury is something's happening.
Nothing's happening here. And our boots on the ground is reporting nothing.
Wait.
Your boots on the ground is in the back seat of a car.
No, the other boots on the ground.
Oh, okay.
The left boot.
Okay, let me see. I got all nervous.
It's a question. They're saying it's a question now.
Oh, it's a question. Should I run up there?
Yeah, but you
All right.
only got me for in 15 minutes. I need to leave, so maybe not.
Yeah.
Lauren doesn't have anything up right now.
See, the problem was the last time they went in, they did it at Sidebar, but it wasn't so much a question as, can we see certain evidence? So maybe if it's a question, he won't do it up at Sidebar, which is bullshit. I don't know. I don't understand. Like, it's super irritating that he did that. Well, what do you guys think? So, well, here's the $1 million question. I believe if he's going to stay with what's been his typical mode of operation, he's going to end it at 3:30 in terms of deliberations anyway. So I don't know. Wait, chat got confused. Wait, what is going on? Come on, guys.
Sorry, it's my fault for looking at the chat. I shouldn't have been looking.
Oh, never.
We got to trust your boots on the ground. I didn't know you had
chat.
boots on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, no. We've got somebody who will let us know.
Yeah,
So,
Lauren's right in there. She's sitting in there.
Distract everybody, I want to play this and get what you guys' thoughts are.
Can't wait.
Let's see. Oh, wait, I don't need to do that. I just come here.
Allie refuses to use the second screen.
I'm good.
It is just so.
Let Allie be Allie, Bob. Knock it off.
I mean, she's like, I don't give a fuck about a second screen, bro. Shut
All
up.
right.
Yeah, but when you have a second screen, then you look like me, and I'm like this all the time with my second screen.
That's like that. Allie's like, you look like an idiot when you have your head turned and you're reading off the second screen. Okay.
All right, so this is what I'm going to play.
Oh,
This is
God.
my little clip.
Their mom is the one that's hurting them. Their mom is the one that's killing them. That's extreme atrocity.
No, it's not. It's the law.
Your face is extreme atrocity.
You must determine whether the method or means of killing is so shocking as to amount to murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. The inquiry focuses on the defendant's actions in terms of the manner and means of inflicting death and on the resulting effect on the deceased. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death with extreme atrocity or cruelty, you must consider the following factors. 1, whether the defendant was...
Now, I'll let him list the factors, but let's determine if any of them are that your mom is the one who...
Oh, covering Mel.
...different to or took pleasure in the suffering of the deceased. 2, whether the defendant's method or means of killing was reasonably likely to substantially increase or prolong the conscious suffering of the deceased. Or 3, whether the means used by the defendant were excessive and out of proportion to what would be needed to kill a person. In considering whether the means used by the defendant were excessive and out of proportion to what would be needed to kill a person, you may consider A, the extent of the injuries to the deceased.
Not
B,
whether she's a mother.
the number of blows delivered. C,
Still not.
the manner, degree, and severity of the force used. And D, the nature of the weapon, instrument, or method used. You cannot make a finding of extreme atrocity or cruelty unless it is based on one or more of the factors that I just listed.
All right.
Lying liars who lie.
Right.
This is why she's so focused on the pulling and not the knots.
Right.
That's why she
Well,
wants
that's
there
the
to be.
Exactly.
I literally think that they took what he just read. The prosecution took what he just read, and they found a way to take each of those points and manipulate what they had for a narrative to fit into those points, and they just did a really shitty job. Like Reddington going, and this was hard to watch, I felt, but it was so impactful in the closing when he said, you know, she did the exercise bands and they just fell apart, and she wants you guys to go 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute on each one of those kids. And that's just not what happened.
Right.
And they're pushing that narrative because it fits into the rules the judge is laying out for the jury.
Right.
And it's not true.
Right.
And I think a really good point was made about Callan being alive when they found him, and he was the youngest. And so I've been wondering from you guys. You gotta go.
Yeah, I gotta take my
Oh.
daughter to a doctor's appointment.
Bye.
All right. I love you.
Love you. See you guys.
We
Bye.
love you. I love you, Allie.
We love you.
Love
I
you
love
guys.
you. I've been wondering what you guys thought about this randomly chosen 18-minute time period that this happened in.
I
Read evidence that it
I
happened
hate
in
it.
18 minutes. I know. So
Right.
what? So
their entire
you're saying
timeline
that,
is complete fiction. Like they're
yeah, it's
all
total
they
fiction.
know is when he left and when he got home and when he was in the CVS and when he
Yep.
was in. They know nothing with regard to what was going on with Lindsay in that house. Nothing.
No. But I think that the prosecutors took every little nugget they could find in all of the reports, and they just made it as big as they possibly could to fit into these specific, you know, pieces of what the law is for the jury. And they failed, because all they've been doing, they've been misguiding this jury. They have been lying. I mean, when
Flat
she
out.
said it, she said it in her closing. Patrick Clancy never said that he tied a knot or that he untied a knot. And
He did.
She clarified it. She specifically clarified it with him
Right.
on the stand. And she flat out told the jury that that wasn't true. Now, I don't know how the jury takes that. I don't know if they go, she lied, I totally remember that moment. Or if they go, well, let's look it up. Or if they go, I don't really care. You know, and that's the part that's scary to me, because are they exhausted at this point? Are they over this? You know?
And
Are they
that's the other
accepting
part
lies?
of that. The other part of that, sorry to interrupt, is that's maybe something that you would have liked heard Reddington get into. Like just a reminder, like you can't ask for them to prepare the testimony of Patrick Clancy and or just show the stream to where he's testifying, because he clearly said, I was having a hard time undoing the knots.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, like he said it, like
without knowing what that meant. Like he wouldn't have
She
known what that
also-
meant to say that.
Exactly.
She also made the point herself without him saying it. So it would be like if you tied your shoelaces right before you got to the bow. And we all know what happens before you get to the bow. You actually are tying it into a knot.
Oh,
she is
maybe
the one
she does
who
a
said that.
stupid rabbit method of like the loopy loop. Maybe she does that. I wouldn't be surprised if she did that shit.
Right.
That shit's
But then
stupid.
what does she mean before the bow then?
Right.
Tied it like right before the bow. She is the one who said that.
I mean, either way, when I'm tying my shoes, it's like you're crossing, you're tying it, and then I'm pulling it, right? So I cross the laces and pull it taut, and it's a version of it's a hell of a lot different than wrapping it loosely around my arm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like what she did, she flat out lied. So yeah, that part of it. I mean, I'm with you. I hope that the jury is putting in the work, that somebody's like, well, what about the whole knot thing? Like the whole, if this prosecutor is lying about shit, how can we trust anything she's saying? Because that moves right to the entire timing of where we have Lindsay saying, and I can't remember if it was Hellbrun or Satoff or whatever his name is, you know, that I was standing in front of the fridge was open, getting the nuggies out of the fridge when Patrick called, and then I called him back. And then they're leaning into, no, Patrick said that there was a bowl with nuggies and green beans in it when he left to leave for the CVS and 3V. So, and then, you know, Reddington brought it up in his close. It's like, there's no nuggies in that bowl. You got 3 kids. If you have 3 kids, you know how you feed your kids, especially of varying ages. You know, you're going to feed them different things theoretically, like, which is true. If you've got 3 different age groups and they're eating different things, then you're going to make each kid separately what that child's going to eat. And, you know, Reddington's like, well, there was a cucumber in there and there was like some chopped green beans. That was it. That was all that was in the bowl. There was no nuggets in that bowl, you know, so, but they need that. Like, they need that in order to destroy any concept that their timeline is completely fiction. And it's just a theory. You know what I mean?
And to fit into the bullet points of the law.
Yes, and to answering the phone call, which is they're like, I think the answering the phone call in the middle of the act is the hardest fact for jurors to wrap their mind around.
You mean the calling him back?
Yeah, the calling him back and having the 14-second conversation.
Yep.
Right.
But that's why I'm
Could have
saying we don't
happened before,
know what the timeline was. They keep trying to say it's based on Ian Whiffen's friggin' testimony. Come on. About her having her phone in her pocket or possibly her watch. And then the phone is on the bed. We don't know when she went upstairs. We don't know when she went downstairs. Reddington is like, the phone doesn't pick up when you go downstairs. It only picks up when you go upstairs. The issue here is that he was gone for, what was it? I think it was close to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And
54 minutes was length.
What I know is that Callan was still alive when he got home.
Right.
Right.
So, and he didn't find Callan right away. He set everything down, called out to everybody, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, saw Lindsay outside, went outside, dealt with Lindsay, called 911 whenever that happened, and the baby was still alive.
Right.
By the time they got to the basement. So if you're trying to tell us that she stood over these children for 4 minutes, you know, making sure that they were deceased, there's a problem with your timeline there. The baby wouldn't still be alive if she did what you said she did.
Right. Exactly.
One of the things I've been thinking about a lot, and I know, Bob, you weren't there. When did you come? What day did you arrive at the Clancy trial?
I arrived on the Monday of Jennifer Tuff's cross-examination.
Right. Oof. So you didn't hear the 911 call.
I did not hear the 911 call.
They did. And there's information in that call that none of us have, that only those people have, the people who were in the courtrum. And I've been thinking about that a lot because Reddington alluded to it a few times. And there's something there, I think, that's going to influence in either direction some of these folks, because apparently hearing that call, it was like an incredibly traumatic experience for everybody in the courtroom and really gave a window into what Patrick experienced. And it's, you know, I'm completely dismayed by the Patrick theorizing. I'm dismayed by it. I think it fits very much into this narrative that everything has to be a mystery and everything has to be a puzzle and everything has to be a villain. And no, it's horrible, it's harmful, and all those things. But it is also fair to say he is also remembering something that happened 3 years ago. He's remembering his nightmares about that thing. He's remembering his last memory of it. And so if there are small details that he got wrong, that is not indicative of her being guiltier or him, you know, lying. Like, that's not what that means. And I just
100%.
It bothers me that people go there when they have life experiences that should teach them otherwise.
Right. And it's fucked up because here's what the reality is. None of us, thank God, have any idea how we would process that moment in time when you were walking into the basement and finding your children in that state. I have no idea if my brain would even my thought is my brain would just crack like in that moment, meaning that I wouldn't be able to trust anything. Like your brain, and like you were talking about, Rebecca, it's exactly right. What we're doing is if I've told a story 15 times, what I'm remembering the 16th time is what I remembered on the 15th time. Correct. And every other gap that my brain used to fill in holes along the way, that's there. So whatever version, it's like the telephone game, except on crack. You know what I mean? In terms of what actually happened. And just that moment in time when he's going through it and he gets out and he finds her laying there, and in his mind, when he's trying to go back and recall whether she says, and Sue O'Connell was there for the 911 call, and Sue has put it out there that she says that a lot of grunting, a lot of groaning, but I thought that I heard her say the word basement. She's like, I never said, and she put this out last night. She was like, I never said that she said any kind of full sentences ever. So what you have is that situation where he finds her, if she's able to say basement, whatever, some version of it. And he runs into the house and he makes the most unthinkable discovery that any of us can ever fucking imagine. And his brain breaks. Yeah. And he's trying to, when he's trying to recollect going back the first time he's telling whatever cop or whoever he's telling the story to, what happens, whatever his mind is reconstructed, we have no idea what his mind has done in order to try to make it all make sense. Meaning he could have had, like, I don't think Patrick is sitting there intentionally lying and saying, of course not. You know what I mean? It was a defensive mechanism that his brain is trying to protect him from himself. So I like it, and the whole Patrick thing, I just can't with it. Like I was trying not to give it any oxygen because I'm out here, you know.
I think it's important to say that people need to stop when you have a platform.
I finally, and it was like, you can imagine, but I'm so used to the hate. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like,
that's exactly how I am too. So one of the things that I would encourage people to think about is if you've ever had a big event in your life or some very memorable event in your life and somebody else was there, this happens all the time. And that person remembers it. You're like, I was listening to this song and that happened. Like, no, that's not the song we were listening to. We were listening to, and it's always a detail like that imprints on the memory. Like my sisters and I remember things, like big things, completely differently.
Totally.
Because, and if you've ever had that experience, stop saying that people on the stand 3 years later or talking to a psychiatrist 3 years later should be exacting in their recollection. You know, that's the issue with the McAlberts and the Karen Reed case is they were lying right away.
Right.
So, they sure, their memory isn't perfect later, but they were lying immediately. And like, so there's something there that I think that maybe there wasn't enough of in this trial.
Yeah, I agree. You know, and it's, you know, like I wanted to ask you guys, I was pretty upset about the Spinelli situation. It wasn't the Facebook thing. That's not why she didn't testify. No, it was. What
was it?
It sounds like she, you know, because she's up there. I think she's in her early to mid 80s. And I think that she was taking a new medication that was making her like sleeping, like, and it wasn't something that she had an option to take or not. That's what I've heard. I heard it had nothing because she was in court. She was in court early. Like, I think the day that she was supposed to testify, she was out in the hallway, which was early on, you know, because I worry about just the men on the jury not being educated on everything that goes on in a woman's body when she's, you know, perinatal, postpartum, like all the, like every part of a pregnancy and the hormonal upheaval that's going on. Like, whether it's not a matter of believing or not believing, it's a matter of educating the jury that this is what's happening in a woman's body and how it affects her mind, you know? So like to me, it's kind of a gaping hole, you know, because like everybody on our channel, so many people were reaching out, like, you have to get the information read about when she quit breastfeeding. And you know, and he got into it a little bit. We were able to get him the information. He dug into it a bit. But you know, that was Spinelli. That was going to be the shit that Spinelli was going to be talking about, because there's very real research about what happens to the mind when you suddenly quit breastfeeding, you know. And the question then becomes, would that persist from October through January, you know? And how does the interplay of the medications that she's been taking, was her brain already fried all the way back to the Zoloft? Like, is that what set her, you know, it's like, there's these,
or the Prozac,
you know, it's like all these things that never really got the answer to. Like, it's a perfect storm of nightmare shit that happened that ultimately led us to this day, you know. And it's like no one's ever convincing me that this ridiculous theory of she just didn't want to be a mom anymore. I'm like, what are you fucking kidding? Like, how can you even say that with a straight face? It's like,
just to touch on what you were saying though about the men on the jury and not maybe being able to understand. I've been saying this from the beginning, and it's one of the reasons why I'm most happy that Kevin Reddington is on the case, because he is an old school, older, yelly white dude. And if he is showing this much passion in defending this young woman and showing that much care and compassion and able to be humble in front of the jury and in front of cameras and say things like, I'm a guy, I don't know anything about this, but as I'm learning about it, I'm appalled. If he can say that to the jury and they can identify with him because they're older white men or they're just white men or whatever, I think that the fact that right now to have this sort of like feminist icon in this country be an 80-plus-year-old, probably Irish, old school white dude who's just like,
definitely Irish.
Probably as liberal as they come, but he's New England liberal, you know? And it's like, to have this guy being the face of defending women right now, I think it is going to speak to a lot of men. I hope it speaks to a lot of men, because they go, well, if he can have this passion and he can feel this way about this kid and what she's going through, and he can make it his job to try to understand what she went through, then maybe I can understand it too, or at least I can listen. I hope that's what's happening.
I do too. I mean,
no one hates women more than women. Like, I'm actually more worried about there being 9 women on the jury, to be honest with you, because there's a competitiveness between mothers. It's like the good parenting versus the bad parenting. That she should have done what I did. You know, she had everything going for her. There's like, women are rough on other women. Rough.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, like, I've always said it because I've always felt it. I always felt that women were their own worst enemies. Like that. It's like just a constant attack and like always, you know, sitting there judging one another. And it's like, if women would just come together and be like, all right, but like, you know, I mean, it's the human being side of it. We're all individuals, you know, putting gender aside. It's like, we're all just different people. We're all built different ways. We are the result of our upbringing and everything else that surrounds that. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's confounding. I don't know how this thing's going to shake out. Like, honestly, I'm just so fearful it's going to be a fucking hung jury. The question becomes, how many times does he give him the charge and send him back? You know, it's like,
he's more of a politician, this DA, I think, and he's not a lame duck like Michael Morrissey was. Sorry, the meatball came out for the Marcy. That was a mistake. It just came out. But he's more of a politician. He's more savvy. I think there is a chance, and we know he reads the paper. There's a chance that if he's interested in continuing his career, he wouldn't retry. I think more of a chance than with Morrissey, but people love their W's, man. Prosecutors love their W's. And that always scares me. It's very, very scary to imagine.
100%. I mean, that's what it is, right? I mean,
Reddington's been publicly shaming him since day one of this trial. So I'm hoping that that's the thing, that he's like, bad press, everyone's coming down on them, everyone's pissed off. And then we got Kevin Reddington, this new feminist icon, like pointing at him on day one in opening arguments. That guy did this, that guy. And I think that hopefully he has some shame and he doesn't try to do this again. I don't know what to expect, because I expect the worst from the Commonwealth. That's just where
me too. All right, you guys.
Yeah.
I'm going to go hit the brakes and then I'm going to hit the gas. It's your show for the next 30. Plus,
shut
the fuck up and let the women talk. So
all right, let's take over for a minute. I can't stay on forever, but I'll stay on for this part for sure. Oh, It's us. Yay, us.
It's just us again. Here we are. Oh my God, they have 60,000 more subscribers than we do. What are we gonna do with this place, Rebecca?
I know. Let's. How do we take advantage of that as much as possible? Do you have any stickers? Go to Something's Off Pod.
Go subscribe
and subscribe right now, please, all of you. There's 2,000 of you here or whatever. Anyway, so Mel, we were just talking about women on women, right? The competitive nature of motherhood. I know that your partner is a mother of teenagers. The idea that there's this idea that if you do everything perfectly, your kids will grow up and be a different kind of person than if you make mistakes when they're young. And women judge other women judge others' weight, their clothing, their.
Yep.
Do you think that 9-3 is a good mix for the jury, or what would be ideal for you?
I was hoping for there to be a majority of women on the jury, because at the end of the day, even if they don't necessarily agree with the type of mother that she was, I think most women, whether they talk about it or not, have had issues with hormones. They know what that feels like. They know about what their bodies go through after they've given birth, for the most part. Most of the women, I would assume, on the jury are mothers, if they're older. And so I think that I think we're just kind of circling back to the same conversation that we're having, though, because this is a hung jury, in my opinion. Yeah. I can't imagine 12 people, based on what I've seen in our chat and based on what I've seen in Bob's chat and Peter Tragos' chat and Melanie Little's chat. What I see is nobody getting on the same page. There may be a majority in our chat. It might be 90% of the people in there believe that Lindsay is not guilty by reason of insanity. But there's that 10% that is stuck in, cannot get past the fact that a mother killed her own children. And then also it's the punishment aspect of it. People want her punished. So I don't see how 12 people get on the same page here.
Americans love vengeance. Americans love vengeance. That's a thing. And then also I think about, it looks like about 10-2 in our chat, in terms of who would be not guilty and who would be absolutely guilty, or in somewhere in the middle. But I think about the people who are pro guilt, who wouldn't be on our channel at all because they know that we're not their brand. They're much more likely to watch Court TV or something where all the maniacs go. And I also think about people who are our brand, who don't want to speak up pro guilty because the plurality of our chat is this is, it isn't there. So it could be 8-4, but it looks like 10-2 to me, but it could be more of a split than that.
My point is that there is no unanimous 12. I just don't see how anybody, all 12 of these people, get to the same decision, whether it's not guilty, or whether it's manslaughter or not guilty by reason of insanity. I don't see 12 people in this modern day and age with this kind of subject matter getting to be on the same page, unless somebody pressures somebody else, or unless they're just all so fed up with this whole process that they're just let's get out of here. Let's just make a decision and get out of here. I mean, I feel like that's what happened with OJ. I mean, but that one went on for months. So I don't know. I can't see 12 people agreeing.
I'm with you 100%, Mel, 100%. And so you guys out there, and we have a hell of a lot more than 2,000. We got 4,800.
I know. I see that now.
Here's what's going on. You see how brilliant these two women are, right? Go sub to their channel. I'm checking. You guys know I check. So they're at 11-2.
Whoa.
I'm going to be extremely upset with 4,800 people in chat, and I'm sure some of you there's overlap. For all of you that aren't subbed over to Something's Off, go do it right now. We're not going anywhere. They're an awesome channel. They're brilliant, both of them. I adore both of them.
We're fun.
They should have way more than 11,000. So
we're new.
Do the work.
We also gossip a lot. So if you like gossip, you'd like our channel.
Oh yeah, and if you guys they're not afraid of the Karen Reed drama over at their channel. They'll dig in. They're they'll dig in for it. They're and if I'm ever listening to any of the drama, which you guys know I avoid like the plague, they're the channel I do it.
Yeah, we're drama adjacent, Bob. We like talking about it, but not being in it. That's our thing.
Exactly. But you know how it is. If you're adjacent, They suck you. That's why I'll check it out. I'll be in your shit when you guys are in there talking shit, like just discussing all the fucking nightmare shit that's going on in that world. But I never chat because I
It's
never
nutty.
want somebody screen grabbing. Oh, look, Mata was in there. He says he never does the drama. So I stay out of it. Like I've been in like Will's thing a couple of times where I'm like, I'm just like, but I'm not really talking, but they're an amazing channel. That's the bottom
Thank you.
line. Go get over there and sub. And I'm dead serious. I'm going to be consistently checking to see where we're
That's
at.
very nice.
I
That's
appreciate
very,
that.
very nice. Bob.
11.4. Good job.
Yes.
Good job. That's what
Whoa.
we're talking.
Boom.
That's how we do this
We
shit.
just
That's how we
hit
do it.
11,000 at the
I
end
know,
of last
like,
week.
Yeah, like I saw it. Congrats on that. You'll be
We
at
do
20
it.
before a blink of an eye.
We do a members only stream weekly where I have a drink and Mel doesn't, and she makes me watch something that I don't want to see because it makes me uncomfortable. And it is
Usually
delightful.
testimony from the Karen Reed trial.
Usually
so
a
it'll
cross
be like-
examination. Yeah.
we call it cross roast. So it'll be like Alan Jackson just ripping somebody apart and making Rebecca embarrassed, which is fun for me. So
I love it.
Secondhand embarrassed for the witness who has to read a bunch of embarrassing text messages. I want to die. Makes me want to die.
Yeah, we do like Michael Proctor reading out his shitty text messages, or we do Brian Higgins reading out his flirty text messages between Karen and oh god, it's so cringy. It's so bad.
Yeah, so you guys have heard about the Avram. I did break that news yesterday. Avram Mack. I had gotten it from Paul's Dr. Zeisel had told me. I was talking to him in the hallway yesterday that Mack. It appears very much so. He's been removed from the website. At both hospitals he was affiliated with. So I did, I feel like I broke that shit. I feel like I broke it. It came from a good source, Zeisel, who's awesome. Like Dr. Zeisel is great.
I love that guy.
He has a fucking identical twin. I was an identical twin. I'm like, we need to do a thing where you get your brother in here. You guys are dressed the exact same. And then you walk in and then like 3 minutes later, he walks in, but you pretend like you don't know one another. He sits like in the row behind you just to fuck with people's heads. But this isn't the trial for fun and games, but he's a really great guy.
Wait, I have a burning question for you, Bob.
Yes.
Speaking of this not being the trial for that, I just need your take on Green Dress Girl, Brittany Romano.
Oh my God. So
I'm muting so I don't interrupt.
So here's where I'm at with it. So I'd been seeing her, right? I didn't know anything about her. So Lauren Conlin kind of gave me some background. Like I didn't know that her kind of origin story was that she grew up with Lindsay and that, she was like a part of the family with them.
Yep.
And, but Lauren was also like, she's like kind of fancies herself a writer and a bit of a reporter. But I've never been able to trust any of her stories. Like nothing ever shakes out. And like Lauren's like, I trust Lauren Conlin a lot, man. Like she's like, when she has enough of a grasp on the law to where she's in reporting on a case wherein if it's like in New York where there's obviously no streaming and you're having to trust reporters going in there, she knows enough about the law to where I always feel like I'm getting pretty damn accurate information about what was going on in that courtroom. So she kind of lays the baseline with the Brittany Romano thing. And so I'm like, all right, so that's like working around in my head as I'm seeing her over the next couple of days, as this thing is kind of brewing. So then I start to see like a couple of her posts are popping up in my feed. I don't know why. It's probably because my phone's listening to me and it heard her name, whatever. So her shit starts popping up and I see her shit on like Luigi and I see that she's had some kind of like intense takes on various shit. And I'm like, all right, she's unusual. And I could just tell by the way she kind of works a room that she's a big personality, and she's an unusual lady, I mean, she's kind of like because
you're being so nice.
I'm trying to be very diplomatic here. So the day I'm sitting with Michael Bryant, we're kind of like chatting, and I think it might have been, I don't know if it was Sue O'Connell or if it was one of the reporters from the Globe, and we're kind of shooting the shit. She just like, she kind of like bulls her way into the conversation, like right next to me. And, you know, she's like looking at me and she's like, oh yeah. So she starts telling the story. So she's like, oh yeah. And she's going like 1,000,000 miles a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And I get, now I haven't had a drink in 6 years. So I'm sensitive to the smell. I like, you
Same.
know, there's all this bullshit. Like you can't smell vodka. Yeah, the fuck you can't.
Yeah, you
know,
can.
my old man thinks he can sneak vodka. I'm like, you've been drinking? You've been drinking your little airplane bottles there, buddy? So like she walks over, I catch a whiff. I don't say anything. I see she's got like a water bottle, plastic water bottle, you know, that you buy at a store, disposable one, without a label on it. And it looks to be, it's mixed with something. It looks kind of like Michael Bryant called it urine colored. I thought it was more of a very like a real diluted iced tea. But I caught, so like that's sticking in my mind. So she starts telling us like going 1,000,000 miles a minute. She's like, oh yeah, you know, I was in an episode of Succession, which got brought up because we were like, oh, we're casting it. Brian Cox fucking definitely red, you know?
Oh
like,
yeah.
like, I'm like, nailed it. I'm like, that's definitely the guy for that. So that brings up her being in Succession. I guess she says that she was in one of the party scenes, like when like Kendall, I can't remember what that character's name was, like the one brother that was kind of the black sheep that had kind of moved away from
Macaulay Culkin's brother.
The other whatever
Kendall.
his name is. Yeah, Kendall. So
yeah.
he has the Rager, and she claims that she was in that shit. And then she just starts telling these like 3 or 4 kind of, you know, you don't know if it's a big fish story or not. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know her from a hall. It could be all true. I don't know. So at any rate, that's the same day that it goes down. So I'm sitting 2 rows behind her because you could see me where they pan. Like, cause there's one particular, the 3rd row, there's a separator. So it's basically like a 2-seater. So I always made moves for that seat because I'm like, then I'm not getting the sardine effect, getting crushed in there. So like they pan. So I had no idea what was going on with her. So fast forward to that evening, and Kathy Russin hits me up. She texts me. She's like, yo, do you have any idea who that woman in the green dress is? I'm like, I just so happen to know what her name is. And I tell her it's Brittany. And she's like, cause, you know, like cause they're the pool camera. So somebody communicated with them to find out who the fuck this woman is with this weird, bizarre grin. Like, it's just weird looking.
It wasn't even a grin. She was literally like flirting through the camera and like winking.
Like trying to wink. She was trying to wink. Now I'm a good winker. What she did is a failed wink. Like, you know, I mean, you do the whole that thing when you're winking. She was doing.
We can't see because you're wearing glasses. Take the glasses off so we can see the wink.
Right there, right? You wink. She was doing this thing where it was like she was struggling with winking. Yeah. So I'm like, all right. So I know going into the next day that she's not coming into the court because law girls, not attorneys, had taken a selfie with me and Michael Bryant, and then she posted it. So I knew court staff is scouring the internet, trying to find people that are breaking the rule and are recording inside either the courtroom or even the courthouse. So I knew she was done. I mean, kind of the hits she was taking, I get it, but it started to feel a little bit like me to there was an old thing that happened during a Cubs game. There was this dude named Steve Bartman sitting in the fucking stands, headphones, total baseball nerd. Like, you know, I mean, the guy's literally listening to the radio call of the fucking game at the game. That tells you a lot about his level of fandom. Like, this guy's like, you know, he's the guy who's working the metrics and he knows all that shit. So at any rate, Moises Alou, ball's hitting the foul territory. Bartman sitting there unwittingly, and like any human being on the planet that's not aware that Moises Alou is trying to jump up and catch that ball, goes up and makes a play for the ball that's clearly in foul territory. needless to say, Moises Alou doesn't catch the ball. That entire inning falls apart, and it was a game 6. If the Cubs had won, and they would have gone to the World Series. So they ran that fucking guy out of town.
Mm-hmm.
Like this poor Steve Bartman guy, and I started to get this whole like, because the shit inappropriate, fuck yeah, wrong place, wrong time, fuck yeah. The heat, I was like, all right, like we don't need to like murder this chick, you know what I'm saying? Like it's too fucking much. I'm not commenting, I'm not liking anything, I'm staying the fuck away from it. I'm like, can we give this girl a break? She made a bad choice. And I'm knowing she was a little buzzed. I smelt it on her. Like she had been drinking a little bit at lunch. So bad decisions. I took it with a grain of salt in terms of like, we all do stupid shit. You know, let's like, I don't think that she needed to be assassinated online because it was rough.
Thank you. So people are treating her the way they should treat Lauren Matthias, in my opinion. People are treating her. She made a mistake, and she had a bunch of stupid excuses about it afterwards. Her story. Right. She should have just said, "I made a mistake," whatever, and then gone away. She's been, you know, it was great, not great behavior. It was a moment in time. People are treating her like she's the one who killed her 3 kids, or people are treating her like a vulture. And it's like there are actual vultures who go to these trials, like John DePietro, and then sit on camera and lie about everything they saw. John DePietro is 10 million times more inappropriate than this woman is. And yeah, we all make fun of him or whatever, but he doesn't get the kind of vitriol, and you should F yourself and you should K yourself that this woman has gotten. And she's a mess. Let her be a mess and leave her alone. But like I have not enjoyed watching this at all. But John DePietro, and any hate you feel for her, turn it in his direction. I have a great story about him if you're interested in hearing it.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in hearing it. Before I'm going to preface it, because I knew of his existence because of the Karen Reed trial. So I knew that he was like a player in that sphere. And I believe he was an anti-Karen Reed guy, right?
He was.
And, you know, and there was like quite the battle between Aiden and this guy. And so the morning of Kevin flamethrowing and calling him a biased weasel, which so I like my normal time to meet with Kevin is I go to when he pulls up. So he always rolls in. For some reason, he elects not to park in the employee parking where the lawyers and the court staff all park on the other side of the building. He always parks in the public lot. And like, you know, he'll pull in, he's got his music cranked usually, and then he'll sit there. He always gets there like 8:25, between 8:25, 8:30. So that morning I was chatting with him and we were talking about various shit. And he's like, you know, this fucking John guy, the fucking guy who's got the like umbrella thing out there, and he's fucking. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I don't know him, but I'm aware of him. You know, I know like, and so, and I think that the day before, DePietro had been in line behind me in the security line, and he's like, oh, you know, hey, I saw your thing on Cuomo, and that was a great interview. I was like, oh, thanks, man, I appreciate that. You know, because like I don't impute other people's hate onto other people. I mean, I form my own opinions on whether or not
get your own hate on,
right. Yeah. You know, that's my shit. You know, so I'm like, whatever. You know, and that was the extent of that conversation. So then, like, Kevin's just like fucking pissed at this dude. He's like, this fucking guy sitting there fucking talking to you. He's a biased fuck. He's talking, and like this is me and him in the car. So I didn't see that whole. So that was what preceded what ended up being caught on camera. So I knew he was on one for fucking that dude. Like he was like, fuck this guy, you know, like, cause he doesn't suffer fool. I mean, if there's one thing you can glean from his performance in court, he doesn't suffer fools. Right. So that was kind of like, all right, so now I'm ready to hear your DePietro story.
All right, this is legendary in New England media circles. I work at a radio station by day, in case you couldn't tell. John DePietro, right before I started working in radio, worked at a station in Rhode Island, and he was like a host. He was like an on-air personality, and his station was like #1 in the market or whatever. And the way that radio stations get market share that's measured is they send all these diaries out to people's houses. They pay you $1 and you fill in all your media, watching, listening. It's a terrible system, but it's the one that's used. It's used here. I don't know if it's still used there, but it's called Nielsen ratings. You know about Nielsen ratings and Arbitron. So his station was #1. Turns out it wasn't, because a bunch of fake diaries had been sent in from his address. And then when he was caught, he said his wife did it. And this was a big scandal. And
Oh my God.
It's still talked about as a
Did
morality
they stay
tale in radio.
married after he threw his wife under the bus?
Who knows? But it's an interesting story, because if you don't work in media, you don't understand like how bad that is. Faking ratings equal money. So you sell your ads based on your ratings, and it's fraud to lie about your ratings to advertisers. So he was committing ratings fraud. And then, there's a bunch of articles about. I encourage people to Google it. It's a great story. There's some local Rhode Island papers that covered it, and he reached out to me like last year and wanted to talk because he didn't like the way I was talking about it on social media. And he said, "I really respect you, and I think we should talk." And I was like, "We're not talking, John. I know what you did. I know what you did back in with your radio ratings faking, having lunch with Brian Albert, pretending you didn't, saying that the jury was eating out of Hank Brennan's fingers when they weren't. Like, I know, John, like, just own it. Like, if you're going to be a provocateur, be a provocateur. Don't be a provocateur and then pretend to be legitimate. Like, that's, I mean, he can be that way. Just lean into it. Don't pretend you're not. That's my issue. That's how I decide who I don't like or not. Like, I also gather information and form my own hate. And he's legendary.
Yeah, that's
in a bad
like,
way.
now that you mention it, I thought, and I don't know if it was Machado or whoever, fucking like somebody put that out there about
it was
that.
me, probably.
It probably was you, or you might have told me that story.
I share it whenever I can. I share it every time I have an opportunity to.
I mean, it's that thing, like you said it. I know what you did. Like that thing when you say that. I know what you did.
Oh, Machado does that. I know something about you that I'm too nice to share, when she actually doesn't. But my husband and I always say to each other that like the most like awful thing someone can say to you is, "I know what you did." It's like,
It's it. Oh shit.
I have a lawyer question for you. That's actually, if you are worried and you're on the stand, would you rather be cross-examined by Reddington or Rosemary Scapicchio?
Ooh, Carl, why'd you just ask me the hardest question in the whole fucking world? Man. Speaking of which, like the plan was, I was so excited. I thought I was going to go watch Rose because she had the thing yesterday. And obviously that didn't happen because of closings. Oh, man. That is a really, really good question. That is a really, like, I don't know that there's a right or a wrong answer. They're both going to fucking rip your throat out.
What would be worse? I mean? Well, which kind of throat ripping is worse? I'm wondering.
I'd say, to be honest with you, Rose. Because when Rose gets in that fucking ass, she gets in that ass. Like Red, he's got, like, his approach is, we're just having a conversation. And sometimes it gets a little heated. Sometimes I need to ask, but I'll reel it back. Like when Rose sinks in, you're fucking dead. That's it, and it's like, so I'd probably be more afraid of Rose just because I think that maybe I could charm Red a little bit from the stand, like,
man to man.
Yeah, that whole man to man, and Rose isn't gonna give a fuck. She's just gonna come in and fucking tear my throat out. Yeah, it's like I was really, really wanting to go because that was in Dedham. I was gonna hit that up. Like, did you guys check that out? Was it good?
Oh,
of course it was good. Of course, I think I'm gonna watch it on the flight home tomorrow. I'm gonna dip in. Did you guys cover it?
Yeah,
we Rebecca watched most of it because I was in closings, and then we had a show last night where we talked about it a little bit. But I was watching it all morning while I was sitting here doing my busy work.
Yeah,
I have
not much to say other than he's super bad at his job. He's
so bad at his job, but I also think there's there's a slight possibility that he might be one of the corrupt ones as well. I mean,
Mm.
she got him to bring out, like, she brought it out through him that, again, they only submitted portions of a video that existed, and the rest of the video is somewhere out there, and they never gave it over in discovery. They clipped it, and that was that. Same thing with like the Sally Port video all over again. It's gross.
Wow.
I have a favor to ask you, Bob. Do you think you're ever gonna have Kevin on the show?
Yeah, I think I'll have him on the show.
I emailed, and like obviously we have a small channel, but I like immediately emailed him like at the beginning when I realized what kind of guy he was, and realized that I could probably communicate with him really well because he sounds like me when I'm telling a story all the time. But I assume he's not gonna, because he doesn't know me, he's not gonna come on. If he comes on your show, can I come on too?
Yeah, definitely.
I just want to talk to the guy for like 5
I was like, give me
minutes.
10. Give me a hot 10, please.
It's like when I gave Rebecca the Yannetti moment.
Oh yeah, the
You know what I
Yannetti
mean?
moment.
Yeah, so,
And I asked him the wrong question.
It was a good question. It was a good
Yeah,
question.
I thought you asked a great question.
It was fine, but if I had a second question, I would have asked about The Rock. I need to know.
Yeah, fucking
I need
Yeah.
to know.
Reddington is like my dad crush.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he's like, you know, and I just love watching, as a litigator, I love watching skilled litigators just go in and crush the game. And it's like, you know, and I don't even want to think about his age, but I can't help it because it's like
I know.
everything's in comparison to my father, you know,
Yeah.
and my dad's 82.
Yep.
And, you know, and I mean, he is just sharp as a tack, and he's trying this case solo. And I know intimately how fucking hard that is.
Yep.
To try a case like this solo and not using tech.
I know.
Everything is fucking
These
paper.
whiteboards.
Dude, it's
best.
crazy. It's giant whiteboards. It's the big
best.
chalks. It's unbelievable. I'm just so blown away, you know, and I've become friends with his son, Patrick, who's a fucking great guy. He's also a lawyer, you know. It's the whole
He's a
coffee.
cutie.
Yeah,
I'll say
Yeah.
it. He's a cutie.
Our
handsome
audience
devil.
thinks he's very hot. Yeah.
He's a handsome
audience
devil,
loves
no question about it. You know, and I'm like, because we both have that thing where my old man was a pretty legendary lawyer back in his day. And, you know, and he's like, Pat's like, you know, this is why, because I'm like, dude, your dad's a fucking legend, bro. You know, fucking legend. We're texting each other in the courtroom, like as shit's going on. And I'm like, yeah, dude, it's like, it's amazing. You know, when we have the opportunity to be able to kind of get mentored by these guys. And he's like, yeah, he's like, dude, this is why whenever he's on trial, he's like, I'll take off 2 weeks and I'll come fucking watch him work. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, 100%, dude. And he had said something about like being in the shadow. I'm like, nah, man. I'm like, you're under the wing, bro.
That's right.
You're under the fucking wing, man. So yeah, he's, yeah, totally, Mel. Yeah.
Do you like how Reddington? Sorry, I thought it's very hard to tell. Do you like how Reddington pretends to be old dumb when he's not? Like the whole thing with the television, the whole thing with the giant paper exhibits. Like a lot of that is like guile, right? Like he's like, you know, I'm just he knows the word television is way more memorable than Zoom, way more memorable.
Yeah.
And I just think I think it's genius. And I don't know how you, a real lawyer, would feel about it. Is it cheesy or is it smart?
I fucking loved it. Like when it started with the television thing.
Yep.
You know, because I was like, I told Kevin, I'm like, man, so I fucking love that caveman lawyer television thing that you do. It's so good. It's so good. And it's like, you know, because he's trying to and that reminds me of one thing that I thought that there was a little bit of a missed opportunity in terms of having Resnick, who is the preeminent authority on filicides, on malingering in terms of audio, you know, auditory hallucinations, all that shit. He was the guy, but you lose something when he's on a screen. And I thought there was a bit of a lost opportunity in terms of pointing out the fact that the shit that she was getting in terms of her telemedicine with all those appointments, the 14 of them with Tufts, it's just not the same. It doesn't feel like treatment in that sense because she's not providing any therapy, not really. and there's just something to be said about human to human, contact and communication when you're in person. It's just different. And I thought that would have been a thing that he could have pointed out. Like, you had one of the most world-renowned experts on the planet in this courtroom, except he wasn't.
Yep.
And I want you to think about for a minute when you were listening to the Commonwealth's experts on the stand, if that felt different to you.
Right.
And now I want you to think about the treatment that Lindsay got with Tufts and many of the other providers. So I thought there was a little bit of a missed opportunity there, but I love everything. Like everything that he does, like his move is to ask a question, but he'll ask it in an affirmative sense, like saying that somebody did something, but it's always that something that he knows that somebody didn't do that they should have done. And he asks it as if, oh, so when did you make that call? So when did you talk to him? And they're like, I didn't, so he's forcing them to say the thing that they should have done that didn't do.
Yep.
And then like the coup de grace was when he did the opening thing and took that risk, because it was a risk. He could have been like, yeah, I think that's spot on. Like when he went through the whole thing, because it was a definite calculated risk. And, it turned out that you can't script it any better than that. You know what I'm saying? So I love all that shit. I love it all.
My favorite moment was at the end of, I call him Dr. Hack. At the end of Dr. Hack's testimony, finally at the end of his testimony, when he was on Zoom and he had asked him a question and he started to meander again and he started going off on his like mansplaining explanation of women and health and blah, blah, blah. And Kevin Reddington slaps his 3-ring binder shut and goes, I don't care. And he just walked away. He said, I don't care.
So good.
I don't. He's like, I'm done. I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. He was everyone in that moment. I'm sure that some people in the jury were like, oh, thank God. But like, it's just like, that guy was tedious. I don't even know why they called him. He was horrendous. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, especially when there is an expert on the on that at that consulting firm, the Dietz consulting firm.
Yes.
There is an expert on women and
Yes.
psychosis.
Yes.
And they chose him. It's very Oh, Mel.
We own it again. We own it again.
Mel.
Here we
he
are.
doesn't gossip,
The
so maybe we
power.
should do it in his absence.
Power.
I'm drunk with power. I'm going to ask you a question I would ask Bob if he were here.
Do it.
When Reddington asked the final expert if he didn't call Patrick, right? And like he said that he trusted the prosecutor to put him in charge, and she said that.
Yeah.
Do you think the prosecutor just told him we're not calling him and didn't try? I mean, they obviously didn't try, right? Like,
wait. Your question is confusing to me. Say that again. I don't understand.
So the final witness, the FBI guy, he said that one of the people he wanted to interview was Patrick because Lindsay said that he could interview her family, including Patrick.
Right.
And then he was like, so when you called Patrick, what happened? He's like, I didn't call Patrick. And he's like, why not? He's like, because that was the whole Attorney Sprague moment, right?
Right.
He said, Attorney Sprague told me he wasn't available. True or false? Did Attorney Sprague just say no? Like, did she lie to him, or did she just say no? We're not talking to him.
I mean, I'm assuming she lied and said he wasn't available. I think it was very similar to.
Oh, the mom. I'm sorry, it was the mom.
I know. That's why I'm confused because I'm like,
that was me.
That doesn't make sense.
That was me. It was her family. Her family. Yeah.
So,
thank God for you guys. Thanks,
the
guys.
Power. They did get an email. We were just talking about the moment where the attorney Jen Sprague moment and talking about whether the DA's actually got in contact with Lindsay's family on behalf of Stratoff or whatever his name is, or tried. So there was an email that said, we left a message and Kevin didn't return the call. And then Kevin, he gets up and goes, and Kevin was in a federal case for a month and never got the message, right? So to me, they probably did the lowest form of due diligence that they could. They're Adam Lalleys. They went to the Adam Lalley School of Prosecution. And I mean, even the way they ask their questions, even their, like, if any, the utterances they make are so Adam Lalley. It's like they all are on the same page with all that shit. And so to me, when Adam Lalley is like, well, when Rosemary's Capicho is like, so Adam Lalley, did you try to get these documents from Michael Proctor? And he said, well, yeah, I tried. And she goes, well, how did you try? And he says, well, I asked him, and then I emailed, and then he said he didn't, and then he never got back to me. Well, did you email him again? Well, yeah, I emailed him again. Well, what did you do next? I emailed him again. It's the same thing. It's the barest minimum these people are doing, because they know that Lindsay's mom, Lindsay's sister, Patrick, Lindsay's father-in-law, mother-in-law, they're all bad for the prosecution's case. So they're only going to do the very bare minimum to try to get these witnesses to talk to their expert witnesses.
Yeah.
And it was apparent to me that the prosecution's expert witnesses knew nothing about Lindsey Clancy and her family and her life. They were completely diagnosing her on paper.
Yeah, they knew nothing. It reminded me of what the prosecutors know about defendants in a case. Nothing. They know nothing about these people. They're literally
check the courtroom, Bob. You may need to go. People are saying you may need to go. It might just be to dismiss the jury, but apparently people are going back to the courtroom.
Okay, so no, I talked. Pat said they're releasing the jury for the day.
Got it. Well, but mightn't there be a conversation after that you don't want to miss?
I don't know.
I think you should. But I know that, like, you got to stay alive. So can't you put it just like on that little dead screen and come back later?
I guess I could put up the thing. Yeah, because I've held you guys hostage long enough.
It's been so fun. It's been so fun being
Thanks
here.
for having us.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm so glad you guys came. Let me check. Okay, good.
This is what I expected, though. I think Monday is what I expected. I expected them to come back on Monday, and I think they're going to take the weekend to think about it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I knew he was going to release them, like, because that's why I started texting Pat at like 3:30. Like, it's been his custom to call the day, except for one day at 3:30. So, yeah, I think I'll probably do that. So maybe I'll throw on. You know what I'll do? Here's what I'm going to do. All right, you guys. I'm proud of you guys. Thank you. Make sure you're subbing to Something's Off.
Thank you.
You're up to 11.6, so that's good. People are doing their fucking
crazy.
They're doing the work. They're doing the work.
I appreciate y'all.
That. Tell them again if they're late to the party. Where can they find you?
Something's Off podcast. It's Something's Off with Mel Barrett and Rebecca Lavoie. Just look up Something's Off on and it'll come up. And also follow us on Twitter, Something's Off Pod. You can follow me at Reb Lavoie, and Mel's Twitter handle is at Mel Revision. And we're fun.
That's us.
We snap back at trolls. Mm-hmm.
All right. I love it.
All right, Bob. We love you. Thank you so much for having us. And probably see you again on Monday.
You always got to open the door over
Tuesday.
here. Yeah, Tuesday.
Monday's Labor Day.
Tuesday? Oh, shit.
Oh, my God. Okay. Monday is Labor Day.
Totally forgot. Okay.
Forgot.
Wait, no. Somebody said Monday is not Labor Day. Labor Day will be
I have
September
it on my
7th.
calendar as Labor Day. Oh, that's
I think it's the following weekend.
You're right.
Monday.
Right. It's not Labor Day.
Nope.
It says it'll be Monday, and then the following Monday is off, but Tuesday's Election Day. So.
I love it.
All right. Tell Allie we love her, and we'll see you guys soon.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Bye, Mata.
Bye. All right. So there they go. I'm confident they're just releasing the jury. So I don't think I'm going to come back in, or I'll go in. Margaret's in there, so I'm sure, but she can't use her phone in there. So, all right, let me go through some supers, because if they're releasing the jury for the day, we are in the clear, I feel. So I don't know where Allie left off, and I apologize because these are going to be, the timing of it's going to suck because I think Allie got through this one. Chrissy Bradley, can you please confirm the jury's request was granted for the meds and the other items? So yeah, that was confirmed. They did want to see pill bottles and the knife, in case that didn't get. Canadian Cutie, a random channel popped up in my news feed, and I popped in to be nosy, LOL. That got me put into a timeout, and I was told, bye. Canadian, not so cutie. Bye. I don't know. That wasn't us, was it? We didn't put her in a timeout, did we? I hope not. Be shitty. Thanks for the jewels, Canadian Cutie. We appreciate that. Indy Cindy, DA experts, Mac wasn't. Let's see. DA experts, Mac wasn't. Wasn't ill? Oh, you mean when he showed up on Monday on Zoom? Was he trying to say he was ill? Yeah, and then Heilbrunn bipolar too. Yeah, I was wondering, that was so weaselly of him not to show up. It's like, I'm not going to sit in that chair again. I'm good. Thank you so much, Michaela. $5. If so much again him expert should have the humility to decline because a woman's life's on the line. Arrogance, period. Not exactly sure what that says, but I get the gist. I get the gist. And thanks for that. I appreciate it. Canadian Cutie, F is my response, LOL. All I said was respectfully, incredibly disagree. Bye, Cranky Felicia's. I feel like I just saw I saw you at TNR. Oh, that was Tony and Robin. Gift is in PayPal. Oh, all right. Well, thanks, Canadian Cutie. Unless you were talking to those two guys. Shannon, but thanks for them on behalf of them. Shannon K, $5. What do you all could imagine the jury could be struggling with for the verdict? I think there's a lot for them to be struggling with. What it could be is the war. The fuck you, I don't care. Fuck you, I don't care. She killed her kid. She's going in. And then, but the mental illness, you can't pretend it's not real. Like that could be the debate. Like entirely debate. So I think this, like I put the timer on, I think it's every half an hour this thing crashes out. I can't figure out where it is in her settings to do it. So I saw this Kitty Coo, and I did that. I don't know if it worked because remember I took a little break, had Mel and Rebecca just kind of, watch the class. And then I went up there. I did both. I hit the brake and I pulled forward. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pull forward about 10 feet and then reverse. And still crapped out when I crapped out. But I'm losing a track of time. We've been on for 5, almost 6 hours. So, like, I don't know what 10 minutes is from a half an hour. But thank you for the tip. I love that. Kristen, thank you for the jewels. We appreciate it. PB and Shelley, we love you. Member for 26 months. Fun fact, Commonwealth wanted Dr. Loomis. Name recognition. Really? Tell me more. Who's Dr. Loomis? I don't know who that is. Tell me in the chat. I don't know. Or if anybody knows who that is. PB and Shelley might not even be here anymore because that was at like 150. So, Sweet Lorraine with 5 Canadian. What did you think of the comment she left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game? It's fucking disgusting. That's what I thought. I thought it was just, she's, and I can see her like just sitting in her house when she's working on her closing, like writing that shit down. Like it's performative, it's gross, and it's just a mischaracterization of what's going on here. And I saw somebody ask, I don't know if it was a soup or not, like, when did the truth not become the point of a trial? And I don't know if it's ever been that. I mean, it's the hope, it's the great hope that we're getting the truth in trials, but this doesn't seem like that ever happens. And prosecutors don't give a shit about the truth. They just don't. They want convictions. Shan, thank you for the jewels. Shannon K, $10. I know personally individuals who have been clinically diagnosed having daily voices, and each have admitted to any discussion of these voices brings fear due primarily from societal stigma. 100%. 100%. If she's hearing voices, she being Lindsay, she is not going to be telling people that, even her providers, because she is terrified she's going to lose her kids and her nursing license. Both those things would have been pressing, as they would be for anybody. because of the stigma. That's one of the things that has to change. I keep saying there needs to be a safe harbor for postpartum mothers, that they're in this area of time, and they got to expand it from the ridiculous 4-week shit where anything they disclose kind of, cannot be used against them in any capacity. Because you're going to get more open communication if that happens to be the case. So I don't know. All right, let's see. I'm trying double checking to make sure that's all that was happening. He was releasing the jury for the day. Mama Justice, thank you for the jewels. Dana Bearden, family hug. Welcome. So happy you're here. Trash Panda, love it. $5. The only things the prosecutors were good at was gaslighting and victim blaming. The fake empathy felt condescending. It really did. So performative, just gross. I agree on all counts. Patty's next chapter. Family hug. Welcome. My buddy was like, dude, he's like, if you slept, he was texting me. He's like, you look like fucking Weekend at Bernie's. I'm like, yeah, kind of feel like Weekend at Bernie's. Thanks, Patty's. We appreciate it. Christine, thank you for the jewels. NJ Kathy, $10. My take, I agree with Mel on a hung jury. Yeah. I mean, I've been saying it from the get. I agree too. I think it's hung. I think it's just going to never get resolved. Anyone who has had a family member with severe mental illness issues is going to have a hard time with a guilty verdict. Exactly. So I was talking about last night, if I had the magic wand, I could just make somebody mentally ill for just 10 minutes, put them in a safe space. Boop. I'm going to make you mentally ill so you can go through it. So now you know. Now you get it. You understand now? Okay, good. Good comment. Thank you. And thank you for the generosity. Joel, thank you very much for the jewels. Appreciate that. NJ Kathy came back. $10 add-on. If it is a hung jury and the prosecutor does not retray, how will she get mental health support? If nothing else, the case proves Lindsay needs help. I'm assuming some kind of treatment. Like I don't think it's ever going to be a situation where she's just walking out. I think if there's a plea that can be agreed upon between the Commonwealth and Reddington, it will involve her being institutionalized, with the same parameters, that she'll be evaluated annually, but like, I don't think there's any situation where the Commonwealth is letting it go unchecked. The question becomes, will they be more agreeable to pleading it out and having it plead out towards the way of her being institutionalized in a mental health facility? That's my guess. But thank you so much, Tiff. Thank you for the jewels. The Mrs. Orsak. I think I got it right. Thank you for the jewels. Child of God, $5. I just noticed Jen said in her closing, it's not the system or the DSM that caused her to strangle our kids. More manipulation from the CW. It's sick. I agree. I did not like those prosecutors at all. Mega Tiger Nation, $5. Did you feel the prosecution leaned heavily on it being premeditated and that was a mistake? I do. I mean, like the planning, which is the premeditation, is what they're leaning into in order to show, in their estimation, that she wasn't psychotic, because in their warped world, in their worldview, which is completely inaccurate, you can't plan when you're in a state of psychosis. So now I think they're playing to those people that we're talking about in the jury. Like I said that a couple of weeks ago, I'm like, these women are leaning into the people who are like, I don't give a shit what was wrong with her. She killed her kid. She's going in. You know what I mean? I think they're playing. The problem for them is that is not helping them move the needle with the people that actually understand that mental illness is a real thing. So I don't know. In retrospect, Mega, if this thing's hung, then we know it didn't work. Then we know it was a mistake. Thank you. J-Man, the bans weren't all applied the same, explains it all. 100%. Like the way that they're handling it is just disgusting. Sarah Wagler, $10. Thank you. Imagine how a nurse or a phlebotomist ties the band in your arm before taking blood. Exactly. You guys know when they're trying to get the vein, they take the rubber tubing. Exactly. That's exactly it. Great comment. Very great visual. That's exactly it. Bo, thank you for the jewels. Jennifer Crittenbrink, thank you for the jewels. Miss Bunny Bucks, thank you for the 5. Appreciate it. Emily EC, member for 1 month. Judge Erskine clocking Coffin Daffer on X right now. It's about time. She's like me. It's like it takes a lot, and I still keep it civil. I don't call names and shit. It takes a lot for somebody to get me to the point where I'm like, oh my God, you just need to shut the fuck up. And this is why. I did it with Llama. Like, her shit's so ridiculous. But thank you so much for being a member for 1 month. We appreciate it. Patty's next chapter. Thank you. 3 times, 4 times. All the jewels. Appreciate you. Nurse Gina, thank you for the 250. Patty, thank you for the 5. Objection overruled. New member. Family hug. Welcome. So happy you're here. Madeline Wags, $5. Bob, do you think that the jury should know? Let me check my timing here. I think I've got 10 minutes before the car dies again or turns off. Do you think the jury should know that Dr. Mack got fired? Nah. Maybe they need to know that the expert wasn't an expert. So they just released the jury, right?
Yeah, do you have any gas left?
Yeah, actually, miraculously, it's really very
Excellent.
little.
This
Car
is the
keeps turning
longest,
up.
most boringest day.
Oh, yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
All right. Yeah, I'm finishing this live.
Oh, God. Was that just on?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Margaret. All right, let's see.
Sorry, folks.
Yeah, I don't think that that'll be a thing. Like they're not going to let him know. I think Red made it pretty clear he wasn't an expert, right? So, I mean, they're not going to go be like, hey, by the way, that Mac guy, he got shit canned. That won't happen. Uncrimey, new member. Oh, family hug. The good news is the car's not going to automatically shut off because Margaret's now driving. My Uber driver's here. All right, so you guys will see moving. There goes the courthouse. Wave at it. Woo, woo. All right. Okay, I'm going to probably fall over. I'm probably going to lose the computer. Whoa. She said I want to go slow, and then she guns it coming out of that turn. Flan Track, thank you for the jewels. Moo Bros. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Oh, so fun. Moo Bros, thank you for the jewels. Glitter Gremlin, thank you for the jewels. Michaela, my previous chat was a response to your Gus defending FBI guy saying he had disadvantages, late to eval, no collateral, etc. Well, then he should have declined to partake. Yes. All right. Now I feel you. Instead of the money grab, be like, I'm not going to be able to tell you shit after 3.5 years. I agree. Good comment. And they know when they're hiring somebody 3 years after the fact, that is going to be fertile ground for cross-examination. And it was. Stillwater, thank you very much. Simtashi, thank you very much for the jewels. Mary Swampy, $5 solid. Thanks for all your hard work, Bob. XOXO. Thanks, Mary. Appreciate you. Mama G, thank you very much. 2 times for the jewels. Music to my soul. I hope you got your ocean time yesterday. I did not. I did not get my ocean time yesterday. We got home. Aaron was under the weather, and then I got on with Allie. And then I felt bad that the live went long, so I thought Aaron was sitting in the house because I was finishing up cooking dinner. I had to get the pasta in. And I got in there, and Aaron was upstairs, and I'm texting Mario. I'm like, I think because he was not feeling well. Like, I'm not gonna wake him. She's like, don't wake him. So yeah, I just didn't have time. And then I was so tired. Yeah, maybe. Sherry, 2 jewels, thank you. J-Man, $5. Since Callan didn't die right away, could there be a mixed verdict? I mean, I think ultimately he passed. I don't think so. I don't think there'll be a mixed verdict. I really don't. It's a good question, though. It's a thought-provoking question. Jen Fox, thank you for the jewels. Red Hoosiers, thank you for the jewels. Renaie. Renee or Renee? Hopefully one of those two is correct. Whichever one, hopefully. Thank you. Red Hoosier, thank you for the 2 jewels. Jen Fox, thank you for the 10 jewels. Shane, thank you for the jewels. Pistol Annie, oh boy, here we go. Oh boy, big turn, big turn. All right, okay. Blast off. Pistol Annie, thank you for the jewels. Wow. Wow, this is challenging. Psych NP, Bob, put on your seatbelt. Oh, good. I must be getting close to real time. Thanks, Psych. Jody Bellinger, and I will. $5. We love DD. We love you back, Jody. Thank you. Elizabeth Harris. Aw, family hug. Thank you so much. We appreciate you becoming a new member. Recovery Cat, Canadian 10. Thanks for being in court. Enjoy family reunion. Yeah, I can't wait. Excited. Excited to see my peoples. I'm going to miss Margaret and Aram, though. I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's like your friend. Yeah. Are they? Did they decide? Oh, good, good. Music to my soul. Yeah. Little Aram's coming, and his fiance, who are getting married. Just they're coming to say goodbye, send us off because they were going to come, then they weren't going to come, and I whined a little bit that I wasn't going to get to see him, so then they decided to come. Yeah. Oh, and then the lobsters. I forgot. What a send off. What a send off. Music to my soul, Bob. Do you need to say goodbye to Kevin or anyone before you leave the courthouse since you're leaving tomorrow? Just wanted to remind you. Yeah, I'll have to do it telephonically. Maybe I can arrange some kind of meetup, most likely with Pat, not Kevin, because we were going to go do lunch today, but I knew it would be tough if the jury was going all day. Just kind of feel chained to the courtroom. But thank you, music. Appreciate it. Yabba dabba doo. 350 jewels. Thank you. Pistol Annie, Bob, you give me hope for men who don't seem to want or care to understand PPD or PPP. God bless the mottos and all you do. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, trying out here. I mean, I'm never going to not talk about it. Never not going to advocate for it. It's fucking ridiculous. The state of women's health care in this country is repugnant. I keep talking, like, I never stop thinking about that women in this country couldn't get a fucking credit card without their husband's signature co-signing, and all the way up until 1974. Huh? It's fucking crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right, so that's it for the supers. Thank you so much. Oh, Red Hoosiers with another clapping seal. Oh, that must have been quite the graphic. Okay, so we got a few Venmos. Denise, I don't know if yours came in last night late after the live. Sent 50. Thanks for the coverage. Love this channel. You guys are awesome. 50 via Venmo. Thank you very much. Eileen sent 25. Thank you for being in Plymouth and Alley live in Chicago. So appreciate your hard work. Justice for Lindsey Clancy. Agreed. Thank you very much. Betty, gift $5. Thank you, Betty. Amy Lou sent 5. Said intrusive thoughts are unwanted and involuntary images, ideas, or impulses that suddenly pop into your mind. Okay. Thank you for that. And then Cade sent 20. Thank you, Cade. We appreciate your generosity. And then Kaylee sent 5. Bob, are you in a van down by the river right now? Yes, I am. I live in a van down by the river. All right, let me check. I'll check the Cash App, PayPal, then Mata out. All right, let's see. Cash App, one came in today, $12 solid from Suzanne. Clancy trial coverage. Thank you, Suzanne. Appreciate that very much. Then I'll check the PayPals. If you sent a Zelle, I haven't seen them, but I will. I never forget somebody sending wonderful, wonderful things. All right, so what did it say, the 28th? Okay. See, April. Okay, let me pull up this. Oh, it's a good one. April sent a hundo. Take your alley out for dinner when you return home this weekend. Love yous. XO. Thanks to the both of you being so awesome and covering this incredibly important, devastating case. Ugh. Much love. Let's see. Ugh. Much love. That poor woman. Lindsay needs a family hug from all of us. I agree. Could not agree. And thank you so much for that incredibly generous dono, April. That was awesome. Okay, and then Deborah, hope you are getting my PayPals. Your fam is awesome. Bring your dad on sometime, the legend. I'd love to get him on. He's very, he's how long have I fucking been muted? How long? How long have I been muted? How long? Good God. How long have I been muted? 2 minutes? So only the Venmos. Did I get through the rest of the supers? It was only the Venmos, right? See you, Buffs. Like you're muted. She's texting me. Oh yeah. All right, so the Venmos. I'm going to assume I have to redo the Venmos. Did you guys hear the Venmos? Oh, so I did the Venmos. Okay, so the $100 Venmos. Well, this isn't like I'm in a car that's moving. Shit's going crazy back here. I can't help it. Look at me. I'm in the back. I'm in the back of a large SUV. Have you ever sat in the back of a bus? That's this. I'm bouncing around like I'm on a trampoline. Kathy sent a $20 Venmo. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much, Kathy. But who was asking about my dad? Was it a Venmo or was that a PayPal? Can't remember. Let me see if that was the last one. Thanks for that 20. I appreciate that. Van down by the river. Yep. Love coverage. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I think that was in the PayPals. It was in the PayPals. Okay, so you guys didn't marry at sent 10. Been loving on the mods, but I did complete a write-up of the Julie Paul's testimony. Please don't commit to dying on the hill that she'd have changed things. It's in the Discord. Usually, I'll let you die on your hills and mostly agree, but this is one that we might need to take a second look at. Is that, and I asked Mary, is that in Seeking Justice Discord? Because I'll check. Thank you, and I will definitely look at that. Let's see. Brandy, thank you, Dires. I appreciate all you do. Brandy, thank you. Appreciate that. And then Deborah, so see, I was probably on mute. Okay, so I think this is probably the last one. Hope you're getting my PayPals. Your fam is awesome. Bring Dad on sometimes, the legend. Yeah, I'd love to. So I was saying, he's in pain all the time, so it's like he's tough to nail down. He's tough to nail down, just in general. All right, I'm ending it in the car on the move. This is the magic of Starlink, though. Starlink. Everybody loves the Starlink. All right, you guys, it's been a blast. It's been weird with the mobile studio. I'm not gonna lie, my butt is killing me from sitting in this seat back here. Killing me. Just killing me. Mods, thank you for all your hard work. You guys have been amazing since my trip to Mass is coming to an end. I'm seriously gonna miss everybody that I've met out here. I'm going to miss Margaret and Aram so much. They've been incredible hosts, like above and beyond anything that I ever would have imagined. Margaret has been just an absolute angel, cooking and ironing and driving and going to the market and getting shit that I asked. Like, it's been... And that's not even counting letting me stay in their home for 3 fucking weeks, which has been like, it's just been an incredible thing. I'm working on a wonderful thank you that I'm going to send them, but it's going to be thoughtful. So I've been percolating some concepts of something that I can send them that will be a keepsake that will remind us all of our wonderful time together and how thankful I am. Yeah, a little core B. Kelly, $2. Oh, on X, I did a comparison. Open close of CW and defense. All right, cool. I'll check it out. Thanks, Kelly. And then Sarah, thanks for the jewels. So mods, thank you so much for everything all week. I know you guys have been working to the bone. Again, Make sure you're taking care of our mods. They have their buy me a coffee / buy me a pizza. We drop it in a link. That makes such a big, big impact. Even if it's not financially, it's letting them know that you value them, and hopefully it is helping a little bit financially. I mean, that's the hope. They'd be like, shut up, Bob. We want the money and the love. But, it's important to let them know how much we love them and adore them. And to everybody old and new, we've been crushing it with new subs. I think we broke 77 today. So it's great. Thanks so much for electing to spend your time with Allie and I. It means the world to us. We love this community. Love this channel that we've been building. And it's evolving, it's always evolving. As you can see, Allie's getting way more comfortable with flying solo, which I love. Brought Cameron in. So exciting to see Cam, my beautiful and amazing and brilliant daughter, just get to stretch her legs out. And I'm so incredibly proud of her. Just an amazing human being. Like, I wanted her on all the time after that. It's like, well, you got fans, yo. She should. She is fan worthy. I'm her biggest fan. Just know that. I know Margaret because she is one of you. She is a community member. And when I was talking about coming out and I was asking for tips on areas, tips on if anybody knew anybody that had an Airbnb, because I looked at the hotel situation in Plymouth. I'm not going to lie, I thought it was a little suspect. So I kind of landed on it. We really wanted to try to get an Airbnb. And Margaret, amongst several other people, reached out to me and was like, she's like, I've got an incredible house right on the beach in Hull. So I Googled Hull. I'm like, I'm like, how far? She's like, 25 minutes. She undersold it a little bit, but it didn't matter. It's like 40 minutes that's when we get to hang out, shoot the shit, take the drive, gives me an opportunity to write some stuff up, get the Twitter thing. It's the whole thing's been amazing. So that's how one of our beautiful subs and viewers, a member of our community, completely made it happen for us. So it's amazing. All right, you guys. I love you guys so much. Old, new, welcome. Thank you. Wouldn't be here without you. To all you, and our memberships have been exploding. Thank you guys so much. That little extra bump really helps the channel. And as you can see, we're upping the members only content significantly. So we're going to make it worth your while. You get the emojis. We're making it so that you get ad-free lives if you're not paying for YouTube Premium, which means you don't have to get the ads over there. For lives, you're replaying. And I think I have it set up so you can always get chat replay. So if you want to see what was going on in the chat, you can do that as well. But we're so appreciative that you give till it hurts over here. And really, I couldn't have done this without your financial support. So thank you so very much. I can tell you for a fact, it's like I try to never let Margaret pay for a thing when we're out of the house, we're eating, and your contributions have gone to all that. So, I'm really thankful to you guys. You guys are just wonderful people. All right, y'all. I love you, and I want you to remember this. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. Oh, wait. Hold on. Some late jewels come in. See you, Buffs. I'm sorry I'm not texting you. I've been frantic. I'll text you when I get off this. Thank you for the jewels. Red Hoosiers, thank you for the jewels. Thank you again. And then, look at Michelle Maloney. Ending it the most beautiful way possible. The family hug. Family hug. Welcome. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for hanging with us for the last 3 weeks during this trial coverage. We're not done, obviously. We're still awaiting the verdict, but I can wait for that at home. I'll miss my post-verdict interview with Red, but I'll get him on the show. So, all right, you guys, I love you. And remember, without y'all, just an old man. Whew, ready to go see his wife and kids. Love y'all. Bye.
Hot